EWBSX, the cyber bully. Just what Dr. Pete ordered.
You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
What's going on, fine people? Welcome to the ASTROLAB. Another late lab. I tried my damnedest, man. I was exasperated. I was grumpy. I was cranky just a little bit ago. Fortunately, that pre-show got me right back in the mood again. But I was feeling all grouchy, trying to get the show off earlier today, and I'm here. You know, I guess it's probably good for those who are on the West Coast. You guys this is probably a pretty good time for the West Coasters, even the central time zone people. It's probably not too bad. I know it's kind of hard on you East Coasters. And you know what? I apologize, but I'm happy to host this meetup, this almost nightly meetup for no matter what time zone you're in. You could come hang out with us here in the Lab chat. I've got some kind of this is a bit of I just had a whole bunch of things that were maybe sort of vaguely related, so I'm going to bend over backwards to try to tie them together. But it's more just kind of some random stuff, and then I've got an interview that I listened to over the weekend that I think is worth revisiting, or actually visiting, not revisiting for me, but I want to go through and listen to the whole thing because there were some very good nuggets in here, and I had lots of thoughts as I was listening to Chamath from the All In podcast interviewing Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, about how America can hit 6% GDP growth in 2026. There's some very interesting nuggets in here. And Lutnick is a character. I know he divides opinion, let's say. But he's a character. There's maybe some little side trails we'll go down talking about Lutnick himself. But how Trump's tariff agenda was planned and executed and how it's going. Also, all the different things, the full scope of the Commerce Department, all the different projects that he's working on. And he gives you a really good idea of the way that the business operational approach of the administration, how it works, why it is just such a well-oiled machine on everything everything on the economy and finance and all of that sort of thing, the reindustrialization process, and then he talks a lot about the negotiation strategies that they've been using, and I think there's some interesting nuggets there that also give us a better idea of what the focus, the attention, the direction of the administration, along with a bunch of other stuff. So we'll get into that here at the back end of the show. I have some other things that I planned on these other ones taking maybe like an hour and a half or so, somewhere in that vicinity. And they are almost certainly going to take longer than that because everything always takes longer for me. I'm terrible at evaluating how much time it's going to take for something to get through something. Chamath and Chudnick. Yes, Chamath and Chudnick. You know, I'd listen to that. I would listen to that as a regular like weekly or monthly podcast. Chamath and Chudnick. So just a couple quick housekeeping notes here. A whole bunch of people resubscribed. I'm not going to name every single one of them, but there were a whole bunch of them that all resubscribed over on Kick. So thank you to you guys. Looks like there was probably somewhere between 15 and 20 different people who all resubscribed over the past couple of days. Thank you to you guys for maintaining your subscriptions. That's one great way to support. Let me also do this. Yes, Azure Prop Master, that's what we're starting off with. Year one. We've got Trump 47 year one. We got a Minnesota. Minnesota. I'm trying to do a Minnesota pun here. Trump 47 year 1 through 4. It's only 3.5 minutes long. Nice quickie from the Pseudomaster. So that's what we'll start off with. Let me type the tips link here, and then we will rock and roll. Part of the reason that I was late today was because I was getting a couple of things added that had been requested. One of them was is for $14.88 tips, and one of them is for $88 tips. So if you send in a tip that is exactly $14.88 or exactly $88, then it should trigger something unique. So if anybody wants to test those out, I would be much appreciated. Let me make sure that I've got my notifications cleared through here, and we will get off and running with Trump 47 year one. He says, I am never doing this much work again. Fucking most laborious shortwave ever. Isn't that funny? It's almost easier to do the longer ones, right? The longer ones are less edit intensive. Well, here we go. Trump 47 year one. Oh, yeah! Oh, yes! I know why this was so edit-intensive.
Captain Planet, Arab Spring, LA riots, Rodney King, deep fakes, earthquakes, Iceland volcano, Oklahoma City bomb, Kurt Cobain, Pokemon, Tiger Woods, MySpace, Monsanto, GMOs. Michael Jackson dies, nuclear accident, Fukushima, Japan, Crimean Peninsula, Cambridge Analytica, Kim Jong-un, Robert Downey Jr., Iron Man. We didn't start the fire, it was always burning since the world was turning. We didn't start the fire, no we didn't light it, but we're trying to fight it. More war in Afghanistan, Cubs go all the way again, Obama, Spielberg,
This is incredible!
Unabomber, Bobby John, bombing Boston Marathon, balloon boy, boron, terror, QAnon.
Holy shit!
Gets impeached twice, polar bears got no ice, fire fest, Black Parade, Michael Phelps, Y2K, Boris Johnson, Brexit, Kanye West and Taylor Swift, Stranger Things, Tiger King, Ever Given Sin. We didn't start the fire, it was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire, no we didn't light it, but
shit, it keeps going. Everything has happened. Here in Chuck Spotted.
Self-driving electric cars, SSRI's Prince and the Queen died. World Trade City play. What else do I have to say? We didn't start the fire. We didn't start it. It was always burning since the dawn of turning. We didn't start the fire. We didn't start it. But we are gone. It will still go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world was turning.
You otherworldly madman. Holy shit. What a thing to... How long did that take you? Don't tell me you just produced that within the last week. Please tell me you've been working on this for a while and you just put the finishing touches on it. Because holy crap, I can't even fathom how much time that would take. How many... It took at least 8 hours flat. You just went on this flat for 8 hours? You are... Man, I don't... You got to have a lot of hard drives, man. You've got just a shit ton of video clips saved. I can't even begin to think of how I would undergo putting together that project. Not all one sitting. Okay. Just going back through and pulling out all those... Just sourcing all of the clips. Just sourcing all of them. Much less putting them into order and lining everything up, the timing of it and all of that. That is just remarkable work. We have got ourselves a propagandist, folks. As what was it? Who said it up here? Vita Cristo Rey said this blows away anything MTV ever aired. No kidding. We are blessed, folks. We get this shit for free. This is public broadcasting. Incredible. Thank you, sir, for your service. Yeah, I'd blow my shit smooth off. Yeah. Isaac said that would take me 4 days if I knew what I was doing. Yeah, probably. That seems like 4 days seems like for me it would be the longest time spent would just be sourcing all of the clips. You got to go find all the clips. You got to edit all of them. You got to line them all up, and then you got to edit them in and time them with the beat of the song. That is so good. Yes, there is a link to this one. He tweeted it out. It'll be posted on the Substack after the episode. He says, I told myself I'd do it before it was clear how long it would take. Been there. I know exactly what that's like. Oh, thank you, man. That was incredible. Okay, let's do a few little sort of fun odds and ends things, and we'll see what sort of dots I can connect between them. First of all, we've got some of the stuff I'm going to talk about tonight is race. I'm going to talk about race. And I had some thoughts associated with it, and I happen to have a whole bunch of different tabs or different bookmarks that I was like, oh, that's interesting. I'll just save that. And they're all related to race. Yeah, the N-word. I don't know if my soundboard is working. Yeah, that didn't come through, did it? I'm guessing it probably did not, because it did not register over here. In my soundboard. Let's see. Let me just try unplugging and plugging in again. We'll see if that does the trick. Let me close out the program, reopen it. Give me just 1 second here, because if it's not going to work, then oh well. I'll just have no soundboard this time. But I'd like to see if I could get it to work. So let's close this program and then open it back up again. I guess it's not... I say close this program. Technically, it's an app. But I guess technically an app is a program, right? Depends on how old you are. Okay, let's see if that did it. It does not look like it did. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing this. Let me try one thing here, and I don't think this is going to be good, but let me see if that does something. Okay, yeah. Yeah, for whatever reason, it's just not working tonight. So, no soundboard. Oh, well. Deleted comments. Nickers, yeah. The deleted comment. Deleted moderator comment used to at least show up on the overhead chat feed, no more. Oh, yeah, they don't. I don't know how to get them to show up there now, because I'm using a different thing to feed the chat in there, so that it'll draw the chat from all the other different sources. So yeah, I don't know. Duffhead says, I'm watching Foundation so far. There's just way too much black people swimming. That's true. There is a decent amount of black people swimming. That's definitely at the beginning of for the first season, because she comes from a planet that's defined by water. So you'll have to get past a lot of the girl boss sort of stuff with it. And it's to me, it was worth sitting through just to get the kino of seeing like glorious imperial space fascism. Bobby Ballbags gifted 5 subs. Thank you, man. Why are these not coming through? That is weird. What's going on tonight? If my soundboard worked, I'd play Vince Lombardi saying, "What the hell's going on out there?" But my soundboard doesn't work because it's not working. Zoomer Dylan, Not a Babylonian, Seasider, Chip Choker, and Blaine Morgan. I know all those names. Congrats, all of you guys, for your gifted subs. I wish that I could play Hey, there we go. Okay, well, turning it off and turning it back on again worked for the alerts. Pale Morning Dude, thank you for the kicks. He sent some earlier as well. Thank you for those. So yeah, I guess since we don't have the soundboard, you guys are going to have to make up for it with tips, because the alert box is working. So you can, yeah, I would give you an Erica, but I mean, there is a way, maybe, perhaps there might be a way that an Erica could be generated automatically by you guys. But I don't have a way of playing one tonight. Sorry, bud. Okay. Here we've got one of our yellow patriots, one of our yellow MAGAs, they're calling them.
Look at that. It's beautiful. I have a Trump store. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. USA. How about that? USA. That's good. Right. That's good.
Really good. Looks
Okay.
like it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. How you doing? Thank you for appreciate my dance. That was a beautiful dance. I was performing
really
there.
Good dance.
I came all the way from China.
You
Yeah, I
from
came
China?
all the way from China. We love it.
Are you artist?
I'm an artist. Yeah, yes I am.
An
And
artist?
we have a tremendous hotel here, and they say I have to check it out
What
for
sort
once
of artist?
at least. I like the decor. Look at that. Look at that. Let's take a look around, right? So beautiful. It's like a palace. It's like a palace. Old money. It's old money.
You have to perform.
Wait. Hey, what you doing? How you doing?
It's
How you doing?
amazing.
It's Ryan. It's
Oh my god.
that one is. Hey. Oh, you're from Chongqing.
The normies love it when my president does the Troon Jack.
We got a fan here. We got a fan.
Yeah,
So you follow me on Instagram, right?
yeah, 安小红书
On Xiaohongshu.
and
We have fans everywhere. We have a Trump store.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, you can hear when he talks, when he's speaking, saying like Chinese words to her, you can hear that, like, obviously he's a Chinese speaker, but he's mastered not just the speech patterns, but the accent as well for Trump, which is remarkable. He's like a human mockingbird. Is Trump? So one of the things, I've got a few today that are I don't know if I can't say they've never before been seen, because I'm showing them to you on X, and lots of people have seen them on X. But They are the actual true history that nobody will tell you, the actual true event, the way it went down. By the time you saw it, you probably had it filtered through the fake news, and the fake news they passed it off as less than it was, or something different than it was, and missed the real hidden meaning. They made the meaning a hidden meaning when if the fake news had not intervened, you would have gotten it straight away. Here is one such clip. Is Trump a true American gangster?
The United States seized 1.9 million barrels of oil on December 10th.
We're going to keep it. We're keeping it.
Where's it? Are we going to sell it or put it in the strategic oil
Maybe we'll sell
reserve?
it. Maybe we'll keep it. Maybe we'll use it in the strategic reserves. We're keeping it. We're keeping the ships also. Yeah, please.
Sir, have you spoken to American oil companies that have had their assets seized about what a post-Maduro
Yes.
Venezuela would mean for them, what coming
I have.
back and restarting
All
operations?
the big ones, yeah. I have. Yeah, please.
I shared a clip in the King Pill Telegram last night that I got from an appeal to pragmatism, and I'm playing around with this, like sharing stuff from other channels in the Telegram channel. So maybe an extra reason you could go follow the Telegram channel. Just look for King Pilled on Telegram, and I think there's probably a link in the description or whatever. But he said that it's an audio clip here of Trump aboard Air Force One. He said he might leave ExxonMobil out of the investment in Venezuela due to its reluctance to enter immediately. Quote, "I didn't like their response. ExxonMobil has been demanding a full democratic transition before investing there." That was Exxon was the one company that was like, "Oh, well, you know, we got our shit stole multiple times before, so I don't know. We're gonna need some real big assurances before we want to buy into this whole investment scheme." And it's interesting seeing you're getting kind of a picture of which big American companies are really kind of functioning as proxies for the old regime, and which ones are open to transitioning. Let's say the ones that are questioning their position within the existing regime, and they find whatever Donald Trump is offering alluring, so they're kind of like, "Oh, what's over there? Maybe I'll kind of dip my beak in over on this side. Oh, what's that? I get rewarded? Yeah, this looks pretty good to me." And it seems as if
Welcome to the
Exxon.
Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Thank you for resubscribing, Jeff Accordion. Another patriot, another great propagandist of ours. So Exxon seems to be one of the companies that is digging their heels in a little bit. Yeah, they said it was uninvestable. So I think this is a bit of a setup for the Howard Lutnick conversation later. So we'll revisit this back at that point. Yeah, some of these people that decide they want to stand in the way of progress, let's say, they're going to learn. They're going to get brought to heel. They're going to get brought to heel bigly, because Trump's not backing down from anyone now. The dude got winged by a rifle shot off his ear. They tried to bankrupt him. They went through his wife's underwear drawer. They brought all sorts of bullshit cases against him. No, he's not backing down from anyone. The man is on an all-time generational heater, and he is not going to opt out anytime soon. He is fully pot committed here. So he has much more to lose than they do, ultimately. And that's leaving aside the fact that he is an all-time generational negotiator. This is his craft. This is his special art. My president is an artist. His art is negotiation. They call it the art of the deal. He's not backing down. Generational run from Donnie T. That's right, Zoomer Dylan. So they actually they got some footage from his meeting with some of these CEOs. They went over to the White House and they met with him to discuss Venezuela and such things. And there was one moment that really stood out from the meeting where Trump, He did one of these things where people don't understand what he's doing, and some people think that he's senile, and other people recognize that he's big dicking people. Hey-o!
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
Nigger Heil Hitler.
Yeah! Duffy, it worked! The $88 tip. There you go. It worked. Could you guys see the, I think I need to make that alert thing, the alert box, a little bit bigger because there's no reason for it to be smaller. And I want you guys to be able to see what's happening on it. So let's do, come on, move, you bastard. There we go. Let's try that. We'll see how that works. Lock it. Okay. Thank you, sir. Nigger Heil Hitler, indeed. Speaking of niggers, we're going to talk about that word here in just a few minutes. But before we get to that, this is my president. This is my president doing like Duffy and just dropping his dick on the table.
Here we are. And if you look, come to think of it, well, I got to look at this myself. Wow. What a view.
Oh my God. When I saw this last night, the middle of the night, opened my phone, was squinting at it, and I saw this, I was like, what fresh hell did I just wake up to? Joe Shitpost. This is, if you've been seeing these videos with the yellow M&M here, flapping his butt cheeks, or jump roping with his ding dong. These are all from Joe Shitpost. Surf has been stealing them. People finally figured out where he was getting them from. Surf is a national treasure. Yes, I've got like 3 more. I think I got like 3 more tabs from Surf. So this is the one the fake news wanted you to see. This is how they wanted you to think it went down.
I got to look at this myself. Wow. What a view. This is the door to the ballroom.
My president loves his ballroom.
Usual time to look, but I figure we might as well do it. If the fake news would like to go back and take a look, you can, but you'll see a very big foundation that's moving. We're ahead of schedule in the ballroom and under budget.
Look at him. He's just in control. He's got probably somewhere in the neighborhood of trillions, the control of trillions of dollars worth of resources in the room there to meet with him. And he's going to make sure that they know exactly who is running the show here. We're not going to just stick to our conventions or whatever. No, hold on a second. Hold on. Wait. Pause. We're going to come check out my great ballroom over here. Isn't that great? Isn't that awesome? Yeah, I know this is what you were expecting. I know this isn't what people would usually do here right now, but I'm not usual people. I've got a $400 million ballroom being built out here that I'm funding myself with my buddies. We got together and we're funding a public works beautification project for the Capitol building because I'm the chief executive. You guys exist in the capacity that you do because I allow you to. I'm going to make you a tremendous offer. I want you to be happy with your offer. I'm going to give you a great frickin' deal. But you got to buy in early. The earlier you buy in, the better the deal you're going to get. This is something we'll talk about with Howard Lutnick. This is one of the points he really drives home in the way that Trump operates, the way that he negotiates. This here is not like Trump being senile or egotistical. This is Trump working power moves. The man knows how to big dick someone. He's got a natural skill for it. And that's what he's doing. Mike Jones here, I don't know who, techno-populist. He just said, alpha male executives often do this to unsettle colleagues and clients. Lyndon B. Johnson provided the most extreme example. He says, Google it. I'm not repeating it here. I'll repeat it for you. LBJ pulled out his dick and laid his dick on the table in front of him in a meeting. Because apparently he had a hog, and he was very proud of it. So he literally unzipped his pants and laid his hog on the table. Yeah, Lyndon pulled out his B. Johnson. Yeah. Just laid it on the table. Yeah, he called it Jumbo. He had a name for his penis. The name for his penis was Jumbo. This is what he would do to unsettle people and to show them that I'm the top dog in the room. I think he also, one of the other things, it doesn't hit quite as hard as that one after you've heard that one, but he would go and while he was talking to someone or while there was a meeting happening, he would walk over and open the door and just hold the door open while he peed in the toilet. So it's like, he's like, you're totally subverting expectations, and you're doing it in a way that anybody else, if they did it, would experience severe consequences. But you're not experiencing severe consequences, which is giving you a really tangible example of why you and I are not the same from the perspective of the guy doing it. With LBJ, if some other guy at the table pulled his Johnson out and laid it down on the table, his career would be over. Literally any other person at that table who laid their Johnson on the table, their career would be over. But not Lyndon B. Johnson. He could do it, and his power levels just rose. That is a power move. Tick Robson!
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
You mean to tell me all the niggers and spics are out of America? I'll have a Coke then.
If that's who I think it is, then thank you, my dear Rue friend. Yeah, we're going to talk about the niggers and spics here in just a minute. Okay, so Trump big dick, and what was the next thing? Oh, yes. Revenant here says, NPR is really instructive as to how libs model reality. They love irrelevant details. For example, story about Maduro arguing that he has head of state immunity. Their argument is SCOTUS ruled Trump has immunity. This is completely irrelevant to Maduro, but they mention it to influence the listener. Hear this.
Maduro says he's still president of Venezuela. His lawyer signaled they may challenge the narco-terrorism and cocaine charges by arguing Maduro's entitled to head of state immunity. A court in New York will have to determine whether Maduro can be considered the legitimate leader of the country, but U.S. presidents enjoy a lot of leeway in foreign affairs, including which governments to recognize. Legal scholars...
What?
Head of state immunity. A court in New York will have to determine whether Maduro can be considered the legitimate leader of the country, but U.S. presidents enjoy a lot of leeway in foreign affairs, including which governments to recognize.
A court will have to determine if he has sovereign immunity. In other words, a court will have to determine whether or not he is the sovereign of Venezuela. However, the president does have a lot of latitude in foreign policy, including being the one who decides which governments to recognize as legitimate. This is a defined executive power. The executive determines who our allies are and are not. Which means, if you're going to determine someone as your ally, that means you're going to recognize a particular representative of them as your ally. You're not just saying that it's like those people who happen to be in this geographic area at this point in time are our ally. You're saying a particular government of that state is our ally. We are allied to that particular government. We are recognizing that government as legitimate. And by us recognizing it as legitimate, it is legitimate because we're the ones who determine legitimacy. So the recognition of another government as legitimate is an expression of power. To the extent that other people follow on and recognize that government as legitimate because you did, that power is being demonstrated further. So if the Trump administration says we are going to recognize Delcy Rodriguez as the sovereign power in Venezuela, then she is. Within the domain of Venezuela, she is sovereign with the sovereignty that's been conferred to her down the hierarchy from the Trump administration. The courts have no say in this. So like the courts can say whatever they want about, like, they ruled that Trump has sovereign immunity within the context of the United States, but the courts have no say-so at all. The courts are issuing an opinion. It's literally called an opinion. And the president can say, that's nice. I'll take that under advisement. I appreciate your counsel. But see, I don't even, having grown up around a lot of NPR people, they don't even, you might think that this sort of doublethink is intentional. It's bad faith. And it's not really. They literally are they just have no problem holding completely conflicting ideas in their heads at the same time because they're so siloed off from each other. When you're talking about, like, within that sentence there, you go from talking about one thing, which is the courts and their opinion on sovereign immunity for Maduro or whatever, and then there's the recognition that historically it's been the president who determines that. But they don't. It doesn't follow on from that. Oh well, I guess then it doesn't matter what the courts say. They have to say it because it's a relevant news thing. They're not being like, ooh, let's like secretly advocate for the courts so that the courts can own Donald Trump. I mean, that may be a motivation, but you don't understand how stupid the NPR audience is when it comes to anything politics. They might be really intelligent in other domains, but they are complete and utter political morons. They're sheep. They are the goy cattle. So when the radio says something to them, they go, oh yeah, the radio, that's right, yes. Whatever the radio said, they said it authoritatively. They spoke it in NPR voice. You notice the voice that they use? That's this authoritative news voice. They're projecting authority. This is what we believe. This is what you must believe because this is obviously the only thing that is true. If it wasn't true, we wouldn't be talking about it because we have editorial standards and whatever. These are stupid people.
Legal scholars say Maduro might have an argument that he deserves immunity for possible official acts in the indictment, such as using the military to organize flights. 2 years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court gave President Trump and future American presidents substantial immunity for their official acts in office. Carrie Johnson, NPR News, Washington.
Maduro and his wife Celia Flores are due back in federal court in March. This is NPR News from Washington.
They're just so... I mean, can you imagine why independent media may have arisen as a... And then like media or news as politics, like long form conversation, news as politics, entertainment as politics sort of stuff. Like, started with Joe Rogan, but then, all sorts of different, I mean, it's kind of, if Joe Rogan didn't do what Joe Rogan did, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing, but I'm also doing what I'm doing in part because of other things like Tim Pool and seeing people that do that. They sort of seed this, not just for like me as someone who's like, oh, they do this regular live show where they sit and talk about news things, so there's an audience for it, so I can go do that. But also for the people who consume that sort of content. The first time you see someone do a show like the Tim Pool show, the first time you encounter that, you're like, oh, this is really freaking cool. Wait a second. You mean I don't have to listen to NPR speak to understand what's going on around me? And actually, even a lot of the people engaged in these sorts of panels are really interesting and smart and clever, and so it primes the people to seek out the creators and the different news venues as well. So speaking of alternative media and public broadcasting, Oilfield Rando says, I thought this was a skit by some right-wing shitlord like me. No. This is not a skit. This is an actual broadcast from PBS News. Due to federal budget cuts, PBS News had to make the difficult decision to rework our staffing and programming. This Sunday, our PBS News Weekend team will sign off the air. Look at them. Just look at them.
We want to note a change for us here at PBS News. Due to federal budget cuts, we've had to make the difficult decision to rework our staffing and programming. And this Sunday,
White man is
PBS
back,
Weekend
baby.
team-
The white man is back.
Soothing NPR voice. We're going to end you.
Thank you, Donkey Bite. That was perfect timing. We're going to end you. Look at how crestfallen they are. And look at how seriously they take themselves. I'm going to play this whole clip. This is a minute and a half long. I'm going to subject you guys to a minute and a half of this. This is the enemy class right here. This is the opinion molding hub of the enemy class.
will sign off the air. PBS News Weekend anchor John Yang is here with us now. And John, we're going to miss you so much. Thank you. Doesn't even begin to cover it. You and the team have done incredible storytelling and covered major breaking news every weekend.
That's right. Weekend after weekend, you and the team brought such rigor and heart and care to the stories that you covered. You will be deeply missed, and we are deeply grateful for all of your work.
Jeff, thank you very much. And Jeff, you know what this is like. You sat in the chair I occupy now, the founding anchor of this program. This has been a lot of news on weekends. I can think back to the October 7th attacks in Israel, the first assassination attempt on President Trump, President Biden dropping out of the presidential race. And this is, as I like to call it, the small but mighty team that handled all these stories week in and week.
That's the small but mighty team that was handling all of these stories for PBS NewsHour. This is the PBS NewsHour brain trust. These are the people who are conditioning everyone to think that ICE is this this evil paramilitary unit that's going to just scoop up libtards because they're libtards. We have our own propaganda unit. We already have a propaganda unit, and it's a bunch of retards.
Week out. We're proud of the creativity, the dedication they brought to each and every segment, week in and week out. I'll be leaving PBS News at the end of the month as I step back from full-time work, but I'm delighted to say that many members of this team will be sticking around. They'll be producing some exciting new programming that you'll be seeing in the coming days and coming weeks, and so we thank them and look forward to that.
Huge thank you to you and the team, John.
It's a remarkable crew.
Exciting new programming coming from those people on PBS News. And almost that entire thing was read off of teleprompters. Like, they can't even say, yeah, our shit's getting shut down and we had a great time doing this together, but we're not going to be doing it together anymore. They can't even just say that without a freaking teleprompter. Oh. Okay. Speaking of libs, here's the connection to this one. So Jimmy Carr, you guys may be familiar with Jimmy Carr. He is a comedian whose thing is that he does swears. He's a very posh British lad who goes out in a three-piece suit and does swears and makes sex jokes and stuff. So he's got like that irony thing going. But he's basically a lib. His whole thing is kind of pushing the envelope and like making people go, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. Like, that's kind of his whole bit. So he's not too bound up to the orthodoxies, but generally he's kind of just a lib. You know, he's sort of maybe like a Louis C.K. kind of. But he is pretty funny. He is pretty entertaining. And every once like, this is why you want to have these sorts of guys around, because Andrew Dice Clay in a suit. Yeah. This is why you want to have these sorts of guys around, because they will smell where the winds are going, and kind of like a role that like a Dave Chappelle sort of plays this as well. And you can look at these from two directions. You can look at this as oh, it's containment, or you could just recognize that you don't need every single person to be everything to everyone. There's different people. They provide a utility by opening some doors. So this here is this is some pretty brutal mogging to a group of people that are already in the process of being brutally mogged on a civilizational level.
Should we sell Greenland?
Should you sell it? Well, you've got the alternative is they take it. So, I mean, no offense to your fine military. Okay, why don't we just have a quick game? I'm just going to ask a question. Hands up, who has a military where they can't even afford blanks, they've just got to say bang? Yeah, it's you, isn't it? It's fucking you. Bang. Yeah, Greenland's got. Well, you sold them the American Virgin Islands, right? Yeah. You sold them that, and what'd you get for that? How much? 25 million for the British Virgin Islands. Okay, who's the negotiating team? What? We didn't put the fucking autistic boy on the case, did we? What the? So when was this? Was it 100 years ago? Even fucking 25 million is. You had a holiday home, and you fucking sold it. What, sorry?
You used the same tactics back then. There was a Trump back then.
There was a Trump back then. The same tactics.
Yeah, the pressure to either sell it or they would take it.
Sell it or they would take it. Okay, well, fucking sell it. Have you learned nothing? You could militarize. Some people are anti-war, but if you're anti-war, you better get on board with being very pro-suppression. Fuck. How many people are there in Greenland?
57,000.
57,000. Yeah, give me a more accurate figure. Is your name Alexa? You're good at this.
So this woman, he picks up on it. This woman is very wrapped up about this issue to the point where she knows exactly what the population of Greenland is. It's not 55,000. It's not 60,000. No, it's 57,000. She's very wrapped up in this. But she's like, oh, sell Greenland? No, we can't sell it. We have to keep it. Okay, how are you going to keep it? Well, they came and did it to us before. Okay, there was another Trump guy before. Okay, so there was a Trump guy before, and they told you if you don't sell it, we're going to take it from you. And you had no way of preventing them from taking it from you, so you sold it to them. And now you regret selling it to them. And here we have history repeating itself again. You have another Trump figure here who says, sell that to me or I'm going to take it. And you're like, but you didn't like spend the last 100 years ensuring that another one of your prized properties can't be taken from you in the exact same way. This is the absolute state of the lib. They expect that they can just like point with their mouth agape at something that they don't like and it'll just disappear. They're just like, there's a Trump figure. Oh yeah, sure enough. Oh yeah, last time there was a Trump figure, you got your shit taken, didn't you? Yeah, it's gonna happen to you again. But what? What, did you think we were at the end of history? Did you think that every single imperial or colonial holding was just locked in state for in perpetuity? No, borders are moving. Borders are moving, bitch. You can get on board and you can get your pound of flesh out of it if you'd like. Or you could just have it taken away from you. This is the absolute state of every single European nation to one degree or another. The world is moving on without you. You can get on board and actually benefit tremendously from this next stage. Or you could just keep pointing agape and expecting someone to dive in and save you, but it's not going to happen. Got a great tweet here from Infantry Dort. Toward this end, the museum civilization. There is a peculiar class of modern Westerner who believes history has been permanently retired. They speak of conquest the way a child speaks of wolves, simply confident it no longer applies, offended that you would even mention it, and deeply upset when reminded that teeth still exist. They insist the world runs on rules now, and that borders are sacred. Also, that true power has been replaced by paperwork. This belief is not moral in the least, it's fucking archaeological. They live inside institutions built by violence, defended by men they no longer understand, and guaranteed by forces they refuse to acknowledge. Like tourists wandering a fortress, they admire the stonework while mocking the idea of a siege. They confuse order with nature. Every single time. Then blame the person that reminds them of this. Civilization is not the default state of humanity. It is an achievement that is temporary, fragile, and expensive. It exists only where force once cleared the ground and still quietly patrols the perimeter. A lion does not debate the ethics of hunger, neither does a starving empire. And the empire is starving. The empire is going through a growth spurt. The empire has football practice and jiu-jitsu class to get to. Needs lots and lots of energy. It's ready to consume. History is not a morality play, it is a pressure test. When pressure rises, abstractions collapse first. Laws follow power. They do not precede it. Property exists only where someone can prevent it from being taken. Sovereignty is not declared, it is enforced. I read that about that Bridge Colby book in the last episode, and I think it was the last episode or the one before. And I did buy the book, and I have been reading through it at 2.5x, and it is very enlightening. I think it's probably a must read. Like, it's important to understand Scott Besant and his approach, his methodology, that sort of thing, and his history. It's important to understand J.D. Vance, and the same for him, the same for Stephen Miller. There's a few of these guys who really have their you could see very clearly in their own story and in their own character what direction they're pushing in. And it seems clear to me that Bridge Colby is another one of these. He is the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, and the book is called The Strategy of Denial: American Defense in an Age of Great Power Conflict by Elbridge A. Colby. He's the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, and he is, I think, John Conrad. I read you that thing where John Conrad said that the after coming away from the Pentagon, he realized that you can feel the weight of Bridge Colby there. Like he has major gravity within the Pentagon. And it kind of makes sense to me because he is like a legit policy wonk. He's the son of Bill Colby, so he's got like deep ties into old waspy America. He's from the same class as like Tucker Carlson. This old WASP aristocracy that's kind of gone into remission a little bit, but it's still definitely present. And he's a genuine like foreign policy wonk. He quotes von Clausewitz at the very beginning. And he's basically building up the like a theory and a strategy for empire, both in the generic abstract sense and then specifically with the United States. That's very pragmatic. It's very much about essentially achieving a sort of equilibrium by recognizing each different power present in the world on a pragmatic basis of like their own state, their assessment of their state, our assessment of their state, and what their goals are. And the goal is to prevent a particular regional hegemon from taking absolute control, ability to project force absolutely over a given region. So no great hegemon in Europe, no great hegemon in Asia. And then South America and Africa and Oceania are like, they're not considerations. There is no potential hegemon really in those regions. And if there was, they wouldn't be capable of projecting much force, relatively speaking. And so what he concludes is that China is the clearest present threat right now because they're the only other nation that has the potential capacity and the goal and the motivation to try to become the regional hegemon of a given power center in the world, namely Asia. And this would, if China was to attain that level, they would become so powerful in their own right and so capable of projecting force in their own right that they would become a threat to the sovereignty of the United States. And so he's talking about creating a coalition of states, of allies, and then evaluating each ally in their own right for what their role is to the coalition. What are the dynamics of a coalition that maintains buy-in appropriately between each state? And it's very pragmatic. It's like for some states, it may be more in their interest to actually allow themselves to be conquered because the inducements of the conquering state are so appealing to them. And if that's the case, then they just shouldn't be considered for the counter-hegemonic coalition. So it's very pragmatic, but I think I think Hegseth is the face of the Department of War. And he's kind of like, I'd say he's probably similar to Kristi Noem in this sense, where he does have some expertise and he has a face and he has the sort of the demeanor that they want to project. And he does have expertise within the domain as well. But I think he's primarily the outward facing sort of the face of the War Department, where Bridge Colby is like the internal operating principles of the Pentagon. And so I think Bridge Colby is the guy who's really putting his stamp on the Pentagon, because now all the different things that the administration is doing, particularly when it comes to the economic and trade negotiations, they're being pursued under the auspices of national security, which is exactly the sort of thing that Bridge Colby would be talking about. So I can really see where the Pentagon, the Treasury, Commerce, the DHS, a number of these different agencies are very clearly working in lockstep with one another because they have leadership who all see the world similarly and see the current state of things similarly. So he really, I guess the thing that got me talking about that is this talk about sovereignty here. That sovereignty is not declared, it's enforced. And so sovereignty is like a function of both the willingness and the capacity to project force. Because you might have the willingness to project force, but you don't have the capacity. You also might have the capacity, but you don't have the willingness. So you can basically renounce your own sovereignty by choosing not to project force that you have the capacity to project against another player in the game. But if you don't have the capacity or the willingness, if you don't have one or the other, then you're not sovereign by definition. Because you're not either able to or willing to enforce your sovereignty. So you will be subject to another power. In order to not be subject to another power, you have to enforce your own sovereignty, which then is a question of what is your capacity for enforcement and what is your willingness. The modern West has outsourced this enforcement, then forgot the invoice existed. And I would say, he says the modern West, but this is really much more like the modern non-American West. America was well on its way as well, but America has retained the capacity to actually take control of its own enforcement, and that's what's happening. That's what Trump represents. Trump represents America choosing to, again, enforce its own sovereignty. But all of the West has outsourced it and no longer have that capacity. There is no other Western nation that has either the capacity or the willingness to sufficiently project force to maintain and enforce its own sovereignty. So when someone points out uncomfortable realities, whether about Greenland, Venezuela, or the broader balance of power, they respond with ritual incantations. You can't do that. That's wrong. That's against the rules. As if the rules themselves are armed, as if history paused because we asked nicely. This is how empires fall. Not from invasion alone, but from conceptual rot. From mistaking a long season of safety for a permanent condition. From believing lethality is immoral instead of foundational. Lethality. There's a word.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
This goes really well with Bridge meeting our ambassador to the US who speaks fluent Mandarin, and the next day that absolute faggot resigns.
Oh, okay, sorry. I got to read that again. I forgot that I changed the sound for the under 20 the under $20 alerts. I was like, what the hell is happening in my head right now? Okay, it was Tom Hickson. $5 says this goes really well with Bridge meeting our ambassador to the US who speaks fluent Mandarin, and the next day that absolute faggot resigns. Yes, that's right. He says he's talking about Australia. The Australian ambassador met with Bridge Colby, and the next day the ambassador resigned, which is very interesting timing. I don't exactly know what means, but yeah, Bridge Colby is a guy we haven't. I mean, remember, J.D. Vance went and spoke very intentionally at his nomination and said, this guy is very important to us. It is extremely important to us that you confirm this guy's nomination because he represents the core of the their defense policy. Then lethality. That's the thing you keep hearing from Pete Hegseth. Lethality. Lethality is foundational, not immoral. Every civilization that forgot how violence works eventually relearned it the hard way. The conquerors did not arrive because they were monsters. They arrived because their victims could no longer imagine them. The tragedy is not that power still exists. The tragedy is that so many have forgotten it does. There's a crown in the gutter. I don't know who needs to hear this, but civilization is a garden grown atop a graveyard. Ignore the soil and someone else will plant something far less gentle. Hate me for being the messenger and asking the hard questions about conquest if you want. You're just wasting your time. This was had something to do with him posting. He posted something about Greenland, and then he deleted the tweet, so I don't know what it was, but this guy had replied to him and said, sad that an army officer doesn't understand the moral and legal problem with this, namely with the United States taking control of Greenland. He says, every ideological idiot is piling on my Greenland post because I asked the hard questions about what happens if someone stronger just wants to take it. Screeching and wailing at the thought. They're living tributes to the conquered in history because they confuse the message for malice. I can't help you. Here's a great example. A writer from The Atlantic, James, I don't know, it's Surovecki. There's probably some weird ch in there just because, like Suracheki, just to fuck with you. He says, that's total nonsense. You're just babbling. We're not entering a world of beasts. We're in the same world we've been in for many decades. You can choose, as you are doing, to be a beast and not a human bound by morality, but that's your choice. Stop pretending you're being made to be an amoral asshole by the world. All right. Screech away. I had some thoughts this morning. I don't remember what kicked them off, but while I was out smoking a morning cigarette, I started writing some stuff. I said, ironic that a liberal democracy can only exist to the extent that it is run by straight white Christian men, according to the interests of straight white Christian men. And I think part of this is, we watched Robin Hood the other day, and I keep thinking about the Normans and the Saxons and the characteristic.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Thank you, Lavendus, resubscribing on Kick. I've just been thinking about, you have the Normans, you have the Saxons, then you have the Anglos, then you've got the you have the conflicts between the British, the Irish, and the Scots, the British and the Scots, and then the character of the United States as it's been influenced by that. And one thing that I've kind of talked about it here before, I've talked about it in the voice chat in the Kingpill Discord. I think if you're expecting the collapse of so-called like liberal democracy, it's not going to happen. I think that, and you have to parse these things from each other. Like what does liberal democracy actually mean? It's something that came up with white Europeans. It was something that was produced in a particular period of time by white Europeans under certain premises. Some of those premises were flawed, but some of them weren't. But it is a system that was conceived of by white Europeans for white Europeans. That's not to say that non-white, non-Europeans cannot exist and assimilate into that system. There's plenty of history of that. But they can only do that in so much as they choose to be white Europeans. They choose to live and act and think and speak and talk like white Europeans. They can LARP as white Europeans. They can be trained and conditioned into behaving as white Europeans. Because even the category white European has a lot of genetic and cultural diversity within it, but it is a distinct thing. And democracy is a system of social organization that is inherent to white Europeans. But how that actually plays out, what that actually emerges into, is can be different. There's plenty of room for rigid hierarchy and executive function within the context of liberal democracy. And I think this is, maybe I'm coming full circle on liberalism, but it's not liberalism. I think liberalism is its own sort of thing. And liberalism is like the attempts to take this and abstract it away from white Europeans and specifically Christians. If you try to abstract this into some sort of a global thing and apply it to everyone, which is liberalism, then it just doesn't, it breaks down. Because it requires a coherence that's brought by blood memory. So it's funny that the people who see themselves as the most committed to liberal democracy are also the people who are the most hostile to straight white Christian men. And yet, for a liberal democracy to exist and thrive, it must be run by straight white Christian men according to the interests of straight white Christian men. Continuing my thread here, I said, others can be integrated into it, but only to the extent that they act like straight white Christian men and remain subordinate to the interests of straight white Christian men. When straight white Christian men and their values form the backbone of your civilization, they will provide for all others. So, someone might read this and they might see this as me saying that only straight white Christian men should exist. And that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying when you order your civilization around the values of straight white Christian men, then straight white Christian men will carry that civilization for everyone else, because that's what straight white Christian men do. They carry civilization on their backs. But the trade-off is that the civilization must be ordered around them. And when that is the case, when civilization is ordered around straight white Christian men and their values, that civilization has absolutely immense capacity for development and power projection. But it's a delicate equilibrium, and really it comes down to let me keep going with the thread here because I was kind of scattered around. Speaking of the sort of thing I'm talking about, relevant here. We're never getting psychopaths like this again. I'm just thankful we got to see it. This is Tom Brady sharing how quarterbacks should adjust their mechanics when playing in windy conditions. Here is the straight white Christian man. And I see, I've got a whole a line of thought about how you could take each of those, straight, white, Christian, and man, and you could break them down. Like, straight, but are they straight, but they are polygamous? Because you can be straight and polygamous, and your shit's going to start breaking down. You could subdefine each of them, because there's lots of attempts to mimic this. But if you try to mimic it and you waffle on any of the straight, white, Christian, or men, is it Christian? Okay, well, is it Orthodox? There you go. There's one for the prots and casts out there. Each of these you can add a follow-on question to determine, is it actually straight, white, Christian, and men? So here is an archetype of the straight, white, Christian man.
How to throw in the wind with Tom Brady. What do I do with this? You have it. I okay with this. Yeah, so what you see when I talk about the point of the ball a lot, you see it from, well, I'll start from this angle. This is kind of like a neutral plane. This is when the poise slightly down. When you're throwing into the wind, it has to be neutral. If the point of the ball is up, any wind friction is going to push that ball up over the top. So as a quarterback, you don't really like that U throw underneath, because naturally that's going to point the tip of the ball up. You like more of a C or an inverse or a reverse C. That's how you kind of control the point of the ball, and then you can kind of just snap it off as you throw it. But in these windy conditions, you can't be underneath the ball. There's too much wind surface of the ball to knock it off its path. I gotta tell you, that was a science lesson that I didn't know I needed. Well done.
Just an otherworldly attention to detail and mastery of the world around him, and discipline, and just sheer relentless willpower in the pursuit of excellence. This is white people doing white people shit, man. Related, here's Shady McCoy talking about, he was a teammate of Tom Brady's, talking about Tom Brady.
I played with Vic, McNabb, Josh Allen, Mahomes, Brady, so I seen all the best ones. But when you see the real greats, you see the difference. I remember in the Super Bowl, man, with Brady, the coach was like, yo, look, man, you know, they're going to play this coverage, this, that, and the third. So Brady used to have his own meetings. So he called the skill position, quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, tight ends. He said, yeah, I heard what coach said. They're not going to play us in that shit. We met together. Then when we left, he sent us individual, like recordings. Like he was in his crib watching tape. He going over every D-back. This is Super Bowl week. This shit's crazy. He's like, yo, this dude right here, you know, he lacks long speed, so he holds a lot. You can beat him with go balls. This dude right here, oh, he's only good in zone. He going through all the players, starters and backups. I'm like, damn, this dude must have took 2 days.
This is like Suda making the Suda waves. He's basically the same person.
No eating, no sleeping, going over every position. So he said, look, they're going to play us in this coverage. When we got to the game, they played us in the same coverage that Brady talked about. While the coach was saying they're going to do this, he has his own little meeting saying they're going to do that, and he did it. I'm like, this white boy is cold. Cold.
Yo, bro.
Now, when I saw this video, like immediately after seeing the others here, as I was putting this thread together, and this white boy is cold. I said, blacks are uniquely wired for recognizing great white men when they see them. They love seeing white people doing white people shit. The straight white Christian man is wired for conquering, for executing mastery over his domain and using that mastery to extend his domain ad infinitum, exercising dominion over the earth through iterated conquest and administration. Now, there's a sub-thread you could take off of this with the conquest and administration. There's like a masculine and then a feminine and then a masculine and then a feminine. And masculine, you talk about the white woman and her capacity for administration, working in partnership with her king, with her husband. There's you could go a lot of places with this, but you know, white people be doing the craziest shit. It's funny when you see a black person who recognizes a white guy like this. Like, he's like, this white boy is cold. He recognizes that there's something about him. Like, you could have a non-white quarterback who might approach things the same way, but if he was doing that, if he was approaching it the same way, he would be LARPing as a white man. So he's participating in white man culture, and he can do it well. There's some that can. There are great black quarterbacks, to use the direct same analogy. There are great black quarterbacks who have been extraordinarily disciplined. And maybe branch it out a little bit. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. Guys who did the same thing. But when they were doing that, they were LARPing as a white guy. They were mastering white people shit. Related. Oh, come on.
Renee Nicole Good died being a nigger lover. She died because she wanted to protect niggers who would not piss on her if she was on fire.
Candace Owens, step aside. We have got a new contender for the throne. Let me play that for you one more time, because you may not have been totally paying attention, but you probably are now.
Renee Nicole Good died being a nigger lover. She died because she wanted to protect niggers who would not piss on her if she was on fire. Anybody saying now she didn't try to run them over, you're a nigger lover. Thank you. My message to white liberals is that these people want you dead regardless. It doesn't matter. Give them everything they want. Let them scam. They still hate you. They still hate white people. They hate you. You can't feel bad for these people. When you have that superiority complex, that you're a white woman saving the niggers. Ugh, I have a mission. I have to save the niggers. And the funniest thing is, the very people that she was out there and got shot for are making fun of her death. They're not hailing her as a hero. Renee Nicole Good died being a nigger lover.
Incredible. Just absolute cinema. I gotta do the hands. Absolute cinema. By the way, did you know, I just learned, maybe I'm stupid. Did you guys all know this and I'm just the dumb one here? I just learned that Kino means cinema in German. And I learned this because someone posted a video of a Hitler edit with him talking with subtitles on it. And when the subtitle said cinema, he said Kino. And I went, what did my great Uncle Hortler, you have touched us in ways. I've been touched by my Uncle Hortler in ways that I never even knew. And I'm learning about it. I have trauma as a child. I was touched by my uncle and I didn't know it. Hortler taught you about Kino. That's right. Oh, that's great. Yeah, you know, it's funny. The category of nigger, when you're talking about someone acting niggerish, when you think of it, like there's that particular category of behavior. There are black people, surprise, surprise, there are black people who dislike niggers. They're like, don't act niggerish. They don't want to be around them. And the racism that you might experience between an American black and a Jamaican or an African black toward an American, it is some of the most ruthless racism that you will ever encounter. They have total and complete contempt for them. If you've ever spent I spent a while listening to Hotep Jesus and kind of in and around the Hotep community, all the like We Was Kangs guys, and they're actually really fun to hang out with. They're very, very they're very, very hip to the JQ, for one thing. And they also really like being racist. And there's something that's just really refreshing about being racist around other people who are racist toward you as well, and just coexisting. And you're like, yeah, we can be really racist toward each other and still, you know, enjoy each other's company. It's just normal. It's just natural. It's fun. That's what you've got right here. This is like they cannot stand white liberals. Like, that's the thing that they really don't like. They really don't like white liberals. And it's because they see them as patronizing and pandering and exactly what she's talking about here. These are You're just a nigger lover. You think that they're your pets and they're retarded. They hate you. They're scum. I wonder if I've said it enough times to make my wife uncomfortable. Mrs. Kingpill, there she is. She says, white liberals only like them because they feel sorry for them. Yeah, right. And a lot of them are like, why do you feel sorry for me? I've got a great life. What are you talking about? Speaking of, look at this guy here. They gave him, his guys he's working with gave him grape Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah. Uncle A, forgive me, I'm gonna race mix.
Oh my God! I never knew that this was possible. Oh, why did I not change that sound before? I changed it and then forgot about it, but it works so well. I'm gonna hear that one more time.
Oh, yeah. Uncle A, forgive me, I'm gonna race mix.
Oh my God. It all just goes well so perfectly. Justine's voice. Uncle A, forgive me, I'm gonna race mix. That's thank you, Slosher. One of our great Canadians. Speaking of Canadians, look at this boy.
What is that?
You see this motherfucker?
What's the can say, Damien?
No, don't. You drink grape shit all the time. You're not gonna fucking do this to me and make me out to be the nigga with the grape Kool-Aid and shit all. You gave it to me. You absolute shit. This is why we don't have nice shit. This is exactly why. I'm still gonna drink this motherfucker.
You're gonna like it too.
God damn, it is good.
What a patriot. Look at my blue-collar American. Oh yeah, you guys are really missing out if you're not observing the racist Latin America side of X. Yeah, here's a great example. So one thing that people have discovered with this whole Venezuela thing is Latin America Twitter, because X has a really cool function with Grok now where if somebody tweets something in another language, it'll automatically translate it into English. At least it does. I'm sure in each country, maybe it translates it into their local language. But so all of a sudden people have been stumbling upon Latin America Twitter, and it is extraordinarily racist. Look at this. Guyana lore versus Venezuela lore.
She didn't have to cut me off. I could never know we were nothing. I don't even need your love. You treat me like a freak, and I feel so low. You didn't have to stop so long. She didn't.
We've got the white Venezuelan chuds apparently. So from our perspective, we look at the Venezuelans and we're like, get these brownies out. And then the Venezuelans look at the Guyanans and they're like, you're literally a monkey. Oh God, I cannot wait for the next several years, man. It's just going to be so much fun. The memes are just unreal. Here you go. Here's another one that'll it's gonna make you real uncomfortable, but it's gonna challenge some priors. Aboriginal Australian calls for a white Australia policy.
I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a fuck who you little Aboriginal sovereignty fighters are. You're not gonna spoil this for my family. You're not gonna spoil this for my family who are multicultural in Broomtown. You will not fuck up Australia because you want to support Palestine because they have G-side in common with us. Nah, you keep them away from my fucking people. They'll marry your children. I don't give a fuck who you sovereignty fuckers are. You will not spoil this for Australia. because you want to sympathize with some Palestinians. And then you got the cheek to go and use them as Muslims and say they're chameleons people. You get lost, them chameleons. They mine. You stay away, Palestine. You stay away. I don't care who you sovereignty black people are. You will not destroy Australia. You want to stick up with them. White Australia policy now. Right now. No more brown people in this country coming in. No more Muslims coming in either. Right? White Australia policy right now. Right now. Don't you sovereignty black people think you're going to fuck this up for Australia just because you want to sympathize with some fucking Palestine? Don't you fucking think you're going to fuck this up for Australia?
I'm speechless. I'm in awe. Imagine getting called brown by whatever the hell this thing is. This could have been on 3x and it would still be slow. She's, I mean, like, obviously she's the whiz kid of the bunch. She's, you know, she might be pushing like maybe like 77, 80, somewhere in there. Like, she looks like she could probably run a cash register maybe. So she kind of stands out among her people. I kind of don't think that she's going to wind up getting stuck in with what's his name? Who's the guy who's in prison over there now? That's Tom's mother. Next time we get you guys on the voice chat together, I need to pull that video up and play it again and just watch you guys react to it in real time. Yeah, Joel Davis. Yeah, somehow I don't expect that Auntie here is going to wind up next to Joel Davis. All right, let's get a little keynote here. Attention shithole countries. This is from Old Row Official. We're going to snatch your tin-pot dictator from his bed and you aren't going to do shit about it. You guys ready for some helicopters?
Drop it like it's hot, get to work in that back. Go shake that thing, get it work that thing. Let me see it go up and down. Need all the ladies that know they look good tonight. What am I saying? We want y'all to just do this shit like this. Bend over to the front, clutch your toes, bound that ass up and down again. Bend over to the front, clutch your toes, bound that ass up and down again. I bet you want the body, bet you got a body, bet you are hot and body. Make us not talk around it.
Oops, sorry. I had to mute it. I had to mute it because Tom Rickson, you bastard. I'm not going to read what you wrote. I'm not going to read it. My wife is listening. I can't read that out loud on here. But you got me right in the middle of a drink. And that was... I don't think I've ever had C4 go in those places before. She said, that's not what he said. Oh, yeah, the frat boy accounts. Frat boy accounts are going full MAGA. Eigen Robot here says, I actually wonder if the optimal approach to use of ICE is to send them out to entice leftists to break the law and then peacefully arrest leftists over and over again until leftists stop doing that because they're all in federal prisons. Hear, hear. I fully agree. I think this is a fantastic idea. It almost might be part of what's going on here. A group of activists using GPS to track and surround ICE agents in southern Minnesota just had their windows smashed and were pulled out of their car by agents. I've got some keynote for you guys here tonight about all the stuff going on in in Minnesota. I got this video, and then I've got 39 seconds of Bortak absolutely not giving a shit. Kind of looks like Dan Bongino.
Got everything? Put this car right here, left road. Car? Put this car right here, left road. There's a lot of glass everywhere.
Hang on a sec. Someone go check her papers. Send Gregory Bovino over there.
Just park it, and we're out.
Did they take the driver?
Well, you have no fucking right to be here. Get out of our state.
Sir, stay over there, please.
Fucking murderous,
sir,
traitorous
I'm telling you, you're not gonna like the
bitches.
outcome.
Get the fuck out!
I have a lot more room.
Get out! We will never stop following.
Notice how many of these ICE agents are ethnics. I see a lot of ICE agents that are either Hispanic or black. Probably at least 40%, maybe even like 50% of them are like black and Hispanic dudes in their 20s and 30s.
Get the fuck out!
Thank you guys.
We will never get out of our fucking state! We will never get.
Like this guy here, I think he's wearing like, what's his hat? It looks like he's maybe wearing some like Kevin Durant's. I think he's wearing basketball shoes. And is that a White Sox hat? It kind of looks like it.
We will never get out of our fucking state! We will never get following you! Howard! Fuck you!
We'll be back later.
Howard! Get a real job!
And I gotta say, I love seeing the ICE guys all talking shit right back. Because, like, there would be a legitimate concern, I think, that these guys will get tired of just being subjected to this sort of abuse constantly, all the time. Like, going out there and having to sit there and have these people just scream at you constantly could get demoralizing or just irritating or tiresome. So, seeing them with some fire in their bellies and they're just talking shit to them right back is really, really good to see.
Back up!
Get on the sidewalk, sir.
Yeah, this is just the utility of ICE is almost as much for demoralizing the libtards as it is for anything else. Just keep arresting them, keep arresting the paid operatives, and do this for long enough and keep escalating. Just keep sending troops there. Keep escalating, keep escalating, keep escalating until they realize that this isn't going to get them anywhere. This is no longer a profitable venture. You're not going to gain power this way, you only lose it. Here you go, 39 seconds of Bortak not giving a single shit. These dudes are having the time of their lives.
Now I'm like shit, I hopped out so quick. Then I raised my blick and I don't miss. I let off 2 shots, I hit him in this shit. Now Bonte quick, what you finna do? Cause this gon' make the news, gotta make your move. Told that bitch get in cause she looking confused. I broke the rule, cause this bitch a witness. Plus I just popped dude, but she ain't crying. And this hoe is smiling, plus this bitch look cute, so we slide out. I'm checking my mirrors, made it to the house, told her how about. He hungry, I not back, no doubt, I know you mad. Cause I smoked your man, left him on the curb, she started smiling. She say, fuck that nigga,
watch
he
him
from 63rd.
shaking his head.
Bitch. She from Kankakee, just brought a Glock with a ruler clip.
Hey, I'm gonna just sit down and cool off for a minute, bro.
Met her at the store. You know how it goes. She wanna now I'm like shit.
Oh, these two punks start talking shit to Border Chief Greg Bovino. Here you go, boys. Bovino sighting. I need to get a Greg Bovino emote in the chat. He asked him if they're American citizens, and he takes out his phone, takes a picture of him, and an ICE agent apprehends one of these punks in a Home Depot. Got what I voted for again.
Doing all right? Huh?
I'm not doing all right.
What's that?
I'm not doing all right. I'm not doing all right.
I can't hear
Back
what
up.
you're saying. What's that?
Yo. See that? Look at the recording.
Papers,
We're
please,
here.
brown boy.
What y'all doing? Yo, back up.
What's that?
You good?
Oh, absolutely.
Your face.
Absolutely.
Right.
Oh,
Stay.
back up. I'm walking here. Back up.
Like that. Good show.
Hey, that's not a nice guy.
I don't give a fuck.
Good.
Fuck you and fuck all y'all. What you gonna do?
Hey, you guys American citizens?
Fuck you.
Papers, please.
None of your business. That's what.
There's a wall there.
Fuck you.
All right.
See that? Blocking traffic.
All right, just gonna snap a quick picture of your face.
Blocking traffic. Look at that.
Send
Bunch
it
of
over to
y'all,
Peter
right there.
Thiel real quick.
Fuck every single one of y'all. Look at that.
Just gonna get a pic. Hold on.
Go ahead, take a pic right there.
There you go. All right, let me get one of this guy here.
Right here.
Appreciate that.
That.
Fuck you. Huh? Fuck you. Come on. Fuck you. Don't touch me. Fuck you. Fuck you for what? Fuck you. How you going?
Hey, don't touch him. Don't touch him. What are you doing? Come on. Yo.
Fuck you. I work here, bro.
Yeah, he works.
Don't touch me. I dare you. Fuck you.
Look at that.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Or what? Fuck you.
Look at that. Look.
Oh, you done fucked up now.
Yo, let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Baited him right into it. Just baited him perfectly. Yeah, isn't it interesting? I wonder how they figured out so quick how they're illegals. I wonder if they've got some sort of a cool app on their phone. Palantir Mobile. Yeah, exactly. It's amazing how surprised they are when they realize they're about to be deported. Wait a minute. Wait. NPR told me you're not allowed to do that. Now, this one here, I mostly want to get the end of it. I'll see how much of it we can stomach sitting through. But I mostly would just want to get the end of this one. You'll see the takedown again? Here's the takedown.
Look at that. Look, they're grabbing him. Look, they're grabbing him.
They're grabbing him. They're grabbing him.
Let him go.
So what is this? Is this, I can't tell, is that ICE or is that Border Patrol? I can't tell exactly what his, what agency he's with, but
Fuck you. Or what? Fuck you.
he speeds up here. He's like, all right, you're trying to keep me out of the store. I'm going to get right past you and bait you into getting physical with me, so then I have an excuse to take you down.
Look, they're grabbing him. Look, they're grabbing him. Yo, let him go.
Absolutely good, because even if the dude's not illegal, even if he's not illegal, this is what you want to see. You want to see these people get arrested for fucking around like that. If you're going to fuck around, if you're going to impede federal agents, yeah, you're getting arrested. Maybe it's just to spend a night. Maybe it's just to fuck up your day, but you're going to get arrested.
What's up, officer?
How's it going?
Where we at?
Where what?
Where are we at?
Where are we at?
Yeah, can you tell them this location? What are we doing here?
You can feel free.
I'm just chilling at my job in the Uber, and this lady just pulls over, and she's like, are you a U.S. citizen? In a parking lot at work. That's the officer lady. And they just shot somebody right now in Minnesota. Imagine that. Are we in Germany? Why are you guys doing this?
You tell me, sir.
Why are you guys going around just asking people like at work whether they're U.S. citizens or not?
Border Patrol is in Minnesota when they see a Somali driving an Airbnb, or sorry, driving an Uber. They're like, hey, you an American citizen? They're profiling. They're fucking profiling shamelessly. And I love every last little bit of it.
Are you guys not supposed to be patrolling the border?
Do you want to answer the question or not?
Why would I answer you? Where's your warrant?
We're running a flight.
Run your plates. You do whatever you want.
You can record. Feel free.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy though, right? Like you guys leave the border and go harass people based on their skin color?
Yep.
Is that a shame? Are you doing this to everybody or just black people?
No, it's not your skin color, bud. It's not your skin color. I mean, it is your skin color, but there's some other defining features.
Come on now, you know what it is. And you got a GoPro.
Yes.
That's,
I'm recording.
is that work issued?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
They're giving you guys GoPros? What happened to the police body cameras?
I don't have a body camera.
This way you can delete the video and make your own stuff. You know that, right?
How do you know?
Because it's not going to a server. It's going to a little SD card or something. You guys just murdered somebody in cold blood in this city today, and God brought you guys to me at work. I'm literally working here, and you guys are literally impeding my income, asking me retarded questions. You know, I've been sitting here since 10 a.m. waiting for a ride, and right now I'm getting rides. And if I leave, I'm afraid you motherfuckers might just shoot me.
Are you a U.S. citizen, sir?
Why would I answer you?
Because if you're not a citizen of this country, you have to have your immigration.
Why would I not be a citizen of this country, man?
What a ridiculous question. Why would I have an immigration?
Are you a citizen? Are you a dude? Listen, I'm here working. You're working too, right? So go. It says U.S. Border Patrol. This is not the border. Go to the Canada border or the Mexico border. I'm working, dude. What do you mean? What do you mean if I'm from this country?
You don't have the same accent as me. That's why I'm
Oh, so you're going by accents? Is that what it is?
Where were you born?
Is that accents? Have you heard the Israeli accent? Have you heard the European accent? It's garbage. It's retarded, dude. You going by accents? Mr. Mills, Mr. Mills. Where are you from, Mr. Mills, with your big ass body? Where are you from? Yeah, all of these other motherfuckers small, man. Look at your officers. Hey, the famous guy. I've seen this guy on TikTok.
The famous guy.
We got gas canisters and shit. What's up, officer?
What's going on?
How you doing?
I have better than I deserve.
Man, let me step out, man.
Better than I deserve. Oh, I love Gregory Bovino so much. How do we keep getting so many cool characters? This is who has time for TV shows, man? Just watch reality. We've got the coolest characters. Gregory Bovino just pops up. Hey, what's going on? Oh, the famous guy. How you doing? Oh, better than I deserve. I used to have a friend who was a pastor. That's what he would say every single time somebody asked him, "How are you doing?" Every single time he'd say, "Better than I deserve." Oh, that's great. This one here is in Glendale. I don't know if this has anything to do with immigration, but it's a short clip, but it's funny. A man grabbed this Glendale police officer's gun, but ended up dropping it when the officer rushed then dropped him to the ground before proceeding to go to town. And this dude filming, coming up on the bike, turns out is an absolute patriot.
Officer, you need help, let me know.
Boom, 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 boom.
Officer, you need help, let me know.
That's a patriot. Officer, you need help? Let me know. I looks like you're about to have some fun, so you take it away, but if you need anything, I'm right here for you. That's a patriot right there. And then this one here, another one from Surf. Beast Mode Berserker MAGA Patriot. We're getting some good stuff showing up. Things are about to start happening because we're getting way too many great videos out of this. Yeah, keep an eye throughout this video. Keep an eye on the guy here in the red jacket that's fucking with him right now with the siren thing. Keep an eye on that guy. Boom! All right, everyone's getting some now. Whammo! Let's go, pussy! Dropping bodies! Okay, here comes Red Jacket. Here he goes. He's gonna take it to him now. Wait for it. Boop! Lights out.
Guys.
Your fucking whistles. Look at this again. Watch Red Jacket. He's like, oh yeah, I'm mad now. Here I come. You better watch out. Here I am. Boop. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Hey, guys.
Oh, literal off button. Yep. Just booped him right in the off button, and the guy went straight to sleep. Okay, what was this one? Before leaving today, one of the journalists questioned U.S. Attorney Bill Staley. So this is the U.S. Attorney for Southern California. Questioned him about the protests and recent shooting in Minnesota involving ICE, pointing out that the incident could happen here in Los Angeles. This is what our district attorney in Southern California had to say about it.
Thank you guys very much.
Before you go,
yes.
You know, we all would like to get also your take on what's happening in Minnesota in terms of the protests and the shooting, and just because it could happen here. I mean,
well, it has happened here.
So
we have had people ram their cars at our officers. I don't know where people got the notion that if you disagree with our immigration laws, it is okay to oppose federal law enforcement. It is not okay. It is illegal. And if you use your car to ram a police officer or a federal agent, they're going to use deadly force. So people need to know this is not a game. This is not a game. Do not ram your car at an officer. If an officer gives you an instruction, comply. No one will be harmed or hurt. But that's not what this is about. You have agitators out there. They're trying to create a situation.
Agitators might be here, he thought. I hate agitators.
That causes chaos, and they want to trigger a response from law enforcement because they disagree with our immigration laws. If you disagree with our immigration laws, go to Congress. Congress writes the laws. You do not get to argue with that with our officers on the street. And our officers are fully justified in using any force they need to protect their lives. So that's all I have to say on that.
Fully authorized to use any force they need to protect their lives. The administration has been really, really good on this stuff. And I'm glad that we've got a really good district attorney in Southern California. Okay, a couple other odds and ends here real quick. Secretary of War addresses Rocket Lab engineers in Long Beach, California. Remember when we talked about Gundo? We haven't done a lot of Gundo stuff of late, but with the Venezuela thing happening, that brings Gundo up again. Rocket Lab engineers in Long Beach, California. This is Sec War.
I'll say on that mission in Venezuela, there's a lot of things we can't talk about. And there's some basic portions of the mission that are out in the public. But a lot of the things we can't talk about were enabled by capabilities like companies like this that provide decisive advantages for the United States of America. Most Americans won't know, most adversaries have no idea, and the point is, we don't want them to. Strategic ambiguity is a very good thing. Our enemies need to be thinking, what capabilities do they have? Are they above us? Are they around us? Are they through us? Do we not see what they're able to do? And it leads them to say, in their mind, not today, not tomorrow. I don't want to challenge America today, I don't want to challenge them tomorrow, and I don't want to challenge them in the future. That's the point. You see, the signals you provide save a soldier's life. The intel that guides a precision strike that saves a soldier's life. It all starts right here. Please don't forget that you were a part of that direct line from your hands to the survival and success of our warfighters.
Look at those posters. American manufacturing. U.S. Department of War. This is the sort of stuff that people are gonna collect posters like this someday. Look at this one, American Strength. It sort of evokes Rosie the Riveter, but it is not Rosie the Riveter. Interestingly. Isn't that interesting? You know, if this was some sort of a gay lib attempt at LARPing this sort of posture, that it would actually be Rosie the Riveter out there. But it's not. It's the forearms of a man. American Strength. Let's see. Okay, GIGAFOID. It's time now to install a crown. We're going to be installing the crown of GIGAFOID on the head of Undersecretary of State Sarah B. Rogers. I showed you this one the other day. There's a headline here, serial rapist Metropolitan Police Officer allowed to join the force, quote, because of the drive to improve diversity. And she said, I've received some questions about what we mean in our national security strategy when we invoke civilizational concerns. So I'm tweeting a relevant news item. Well, she done it again. Keir Starmer is blocking a ban on first cousin marriage. Listen to his response here, where he is asked not to block the ban.
A marriage between first cousins carries significant health issues, many of which aren't even knowable until post-birth. When practiced generation after generation, there is a significant multiplier
Look at that
effect.
bulb.
In addition, the real impacts for the openness of our society and women's rights in our country are also significant. After all, there are significant dynamics in sharing the same set of grandparents. On Friday, this government has a choice to let my bill go through to ban first cousin marriage to committee stage. Will the Prime Minister...
You catch the games last night?
Gigaju, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Oh, I forgot I was going to say something about that at the top of the show here, that you guys might be hearing more Seahawks content over the next few weeks, because the Seahawks will now be hosting the 49ers in the divisional round, and the Rams are playing the Bears. There's a very good chance that the Rams beat the Bears. There's a very good chance the Seahawks beat the 49ers. Oh, no, Gigaju. No! No. We're not doing this shit. You may be from California. You need to be a fucking Raiders fan or something. I guess it can't be you can't be a Rams fan either. Gigaju. Sir, maybe we just need to not talk about sports. Maybe that's what our policy is going to have to be. We just can't talk about sports here. I know some people would like that, I'm sure. Hold on. Quick intermission. Not intermission, but we're going to do a little side quest for a moment, because I am going to explain why you should not be a 49ers fan.
Damn, fuck the 49ers. Yeah, fuck the 49ers. Yeah, fuck the 49ers. Y'all a sorry ass team. Thanks. Fuck the 49ers. Damn, I hate the 49ers. I hate y'all. I hate the 49ers. Fuck y'all. Bow, 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 bow. Y'all some booty cheeks. Hey, 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 hey. Y'all lost to the Chiefs. Bow, 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 bow. Y'all some booty cheeks. Hey, 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 hey. Super Bowl losing streak. Yeah. Hey, fuck the 49ers. Damn. I hate the 49ers. Facts. I hate that fucking team. Facts. Brock Purdy look like Jimmy Neutron for Sheen. Timu Tom Brady got your quarterback from Sheen. Why I hate that team so much, where can I begin? Man, fuck George Kittle, bro, he look like Ben Franklin. Man, fuck Brock Purdy, bro, he look like Ronald Reagan. Man, fuck Debo Samuel, bro, he look like the baby. Man, fuck the 49ers, I can't say it enough. Yeah, y'all thought y'all had this one, huh? Yeah, that shit was just a bluff. And I ain't trying to hear what you gotta say about my team. Cause we both went home with the same amount of rings. Facts. Bow, 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 bow. Y'all some booty cheeks. Hey, 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 hey. Y'all lost to the Chiefs. Bow, 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 bow. Y'all some booty cheeks. Hey, 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 hey. Super Bowl losers.
Case closed. Case closed. Oh, man, I fucking hate the 49ers. This week is going to be great. Seahawks are going to be hosting the 49ers, who are the last team they played and humiliated. And if they beat them, then they're probably going to be hosting the Rams. And if they beat the Rams, then they'll be going to the Super Bowl, which will be played at Levi's Stadium, the 49ers home stadium. This has the potential to be one of the all-time greatest runs. The ultimate. Taking down your two biggest rivals in the playoffs and then winning a Super Bowl at the home stadium of one of those rivals. Oh, I'm ready to have some fun here. If you beat us, it's just because everyone's injured. Yeah. R.I.P. George Kittle. Okay, back to the cousin fucking here in the UK.
Of grandparents. On Friday, this government has a choice to let my bill go through to ban first cousin marriage to committee stage. Will the Prime Minister think again before instructing his whips to block this legislation?
Yeah. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've taken our position on that bill. Thank you.
That completes Prime Minister's questions.
What a fag! I don't have the soundboard, so I just got to do it myself. Secretary of State Sarah B. Rogers says, I've received some questions about what we mean in our national security strategy when we invoke civilizational concerns. So I'm tweeting a relevant news item. From here on forward, Sarah Rogers is officially known as the GIGAFOID. She continues, since we know the British government wants to make sure women are safe both online and offline, thus contemplating a Russia-style X ban to protect them from bikini images, Here's more from Wikipedia on cousin marriage and its connection to honor killing. She's got some stuff from Wikipedia. She says a sardonic reader might wonder whether Ofcom's response to such affronts would be ban Wikipedia. You don't need to wonder. All wikis face an uncertain future in Britain if they allow anonymous editing. I'm a fan. All right. Quick post here from Endgame Macro about the credit card interest rates thing. I think this is a good analysis. And then we get to the Howard Lutnick, what was it? Chamath and Chadnick conversation. Endgame Macro says credit card rates are governed by the National Bank Act, which lets nationally chartered banks charge interest based on the rules of their home state. That's why so much credit card lending runs through places like Delaware and South Dakota. That setup was locked in by the 1978 Supreme Court case Marquette v. First of Omaha, which basically said banks can export their home state rate nationwide. A president can't override that by executive order. An executive order could tell agencies like the CFPB, OCC, FDIC, and even the Federal Reserve to study the issue, tighten supervision, or lean on banks through enforcement and exams. But without Congress changing the law, usually by amending the Truth in Lending Act or the National Bank Act itself, a hard 10% cap for credit cards wouldn't legally stick and would almost certainly get challenged in court. That said, pressure still matters. Banks care deeply about regulatory heat and public optics. When a president is openly calling 20 to 30% APRs a ripoff, regulators start asking questions, headlines turn ugly, and banks start managing risk. You probably don't get a clean 10% cap, but you can see behavior shift at the margins with more promo rates, lower APRs for prime customers, expanded hardship programs, fee tweaks, or quieter changes meant to avoid looking predatory. So Trump is basically setting an anchor, a simple number people instantly understand. It reframes the issue from abstract rates or monetary policy to banks are gouging consumers, which plays well when households are under pressure. More importantly, it signals to banks that this could become real legislation if the economy weakens and Congress feels forced to act. So I believe this is less about the mechanics of law and more about leverage and timing. Credit cards are the most visible consumer pain point. He's planting a flag there early. If Congress moves, he claims the win. If banks preemptively adjust, he still claims success. And if nothing changes, he still owns the narrative. That's the real play. I think that is exactly correct, and it's a great example of Donald Trump's negotiating strategy, which we will now learn more about from Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick. But first, I lied to you. I'm going to give you a quick little leftist ass-eating moment so I can go drain the main vein, and I will be right back.
Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up that chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up that chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, well, I killed a cow out back, baby. You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get my hands around your throat.
Okay. The Mrs. Kingpill, that is, has requested that somebody send a $14.88 tip. $14.88. She wants to see what happens. $14.88. Do it for Amy. All right. Sorry, I'm let out of breath. I had to run downstairs and run back up again. Howard Lutnick, how America can hit 6% GDP growth in 2026.
What was the feeling the first time you were on Air Force One?
It's just
or Marine One. Like, is there a special thing where you're just like, what is going on? Like,
yeah. When you're on these things, like, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Right. You are where
part of history.
Real conversations happen. We went to see Putin. So I get on Air Force One at 5 a.m. He gets on at 5:45. We fly to Alaska.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So we're talking about. Then we're there for 4 hours with Putin, and then we fly back. Now, Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff go take a nap because we have to wait for Zelensky to wake up. To call Zelensky, and we have to wait for the European leaders to wake up, right? Because it's the middle of the night. So I stay up with the president. And we're just chatting, watching golf. I mean, it's a lot of hours.
Yeah.
So then Zelensky wakes up. So they get on the phone with Zelensky, and he talks to Zelensky on his phone. And then when he calls the European leaders, when they get up, they want to have us only secured call. So there's 3 secure handsets in his office. So he's on one, Rubio's on one, and Witkoff's on one. And I'm just sitting on the couch.
This is in Air Force One?
In Air Force One, in his office, in Air Force One. So I'm just sitting on the couch. And I've been up for like 20 hours, okay? And the president's been up for 20 hours, but he's on the phone and the European leaders are talking. So I'm just sitting there, and they're all on handsets. So I can't hear a word that anybody's saying.
Right.
And I'm just sitting there. So I fall asleep. Okay, so I'm just sitting there. They're talking on the phone, like right there, and I fall asleep like this. Something like that. So Witkoff elbows the president, right? Points to me. And then the president unrolls a Tootsie Roll. He goes like this. I just throw it into my mouth. Yeah, he hits me in the face. I'm like, I wake up, he goes, Howard, while you're napping, we're trying to settle world peace.
That's awesome.
I love my president.
Well, welcome everybody to the All In interview. I'd like to welcome Secretary Howard Lutnick, our esteemed Secretary of Commerce. When we did the first interview with you, it was at the beginning of the administration. It was almost a year ago. And to be honest, it turned out to be one of the most popular things we've ever done. There's the Elon Musk view factor, but then there was the Howard Lutnick view factor, and they were pretty much side by side, actually. It's great that you gave us a chance a year later to come back and talk to you. Let's just start with the general look back for you. How has the year gone? And specifically, I would love to understand what surprised you as a business.
It's always weird to me when I see Chamath standing up, because the dude's like 6'3" or 6'4". He's really freaking tall. He's got a weirdly small head relative to the rest of his body, but he's super lanky.
This man walking into the government. Let's just start with that.
So overall, I have a goal, which is I want to be the cabinet secretary who has the most fun, right?
Okay.
And so I set out with that goal, and which means I'm outcome driven. Right? I don't really buy into I worked really hard at something and it failed. If I worked really hard and it failed, it's a fail.
It's a fail.
Right? If I got lucky and it just all fell into place and I did nothing, it's still success, right? Because the outcomes are what matter.
Right.
You're not telling people how hard you worked and failed.
Right.
So how you get things done in government is fascinating. It's just different. What happened is most people who've ever been in government tend to be incremental. They come in, they say, how did this work? So someone explains how they work, and they try to move the ball 10% forward. They don't really rethink it entirely. And so my objective was to come into this department, which is an awesome, incredible, diverse department, and really think through its powers and its possibilities. Reimagine them, rethink them, hire people, and then mold those people to think outside the box. And so the first 3 months was really getting people to think, can I really challenge this? Can I really do this? Can I really try to do this? And then trying to convince everybody around me that this is an okay way to do it. The way it was done yesterday isn't right. It was just what they did yesterday. You're not even saying it's wrong. You're just saying it's not you.
Do you get the organ rejection, though, of career bureaucrats who think, wait a minute, Howard's out for my job, or this is just a totally different way of doing things. I don't feel comfortable with this. I don't necessarily agree. We hear a lot about sort of this deep state, whatever that is, like this career lifers that sort of push back on radical change.
Well, look, in the beginning, we cut, 20%. Like I walked in the door here with 52,000 people in this department. And now there's 40,000 people in this department. So the idea is if you're going to cut 12,000 people, you have to do it fast.
Right.
So that everybody understands the next shoe is not going to drop tomorrow, right? And find where we had programs that just were like,
yeah, if you're gonna fire a bunch of people like that, you don't want to drag it out because you don't want a bunch of people working, wondering, oh, am I going to be the next one? Just get rid of them quick and move on. You got to cut 20%.
This program was started in 1978. You'd be like, well, why are we doing it now? We had a department that was supporting advanced manufacturing, set up in 1986. What were they doing as advanced manufacturing 40 years ago, as opposed to what people are doing now?
Right.
So it was really not taking out what's the core. And so we did that quickly. And then, I went and met every bureau at town halls. I went to their offices, and I basically told them where we were going, what we were doing, and why. What I learned about government is the people here are very narrow experts. They're amazing. Their knowledge of this particular topic.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not generalists in government, but you have someone who's great at this, someone who's great at this.
One thing you'll notice about Lutnick is that he is extremely good at just ruthlessly eviscerating someone by complimenting them. So what he's saying here is he's saying the people who are in what he's realized, the people that he is interacting with in government are a bunch of parochial, like they know one thing. They know one thing and they can like do the same thing repetitively over and over and over and over and over again. But they're not real like creative or ambitious or anything like that. They're kind of like parochial midwits. He's calling them parochial midwits. That's what it is. And yet he's doing it in like a complimentary way. He's doing it as a he's not making it obvious that he's insulting them.
Someone's great at this. Someone's great at this. And then your job as the secretary is to weave that blanket together,
right,
so that these specialists succeed. And so when you give them tasks that maximize their capacity, they get jazzed.
Right.
And so I'm getting amazing output from this department because they're jazzed, because someone appreciates their capacity and is driving it to success.
I want to jump into some of these verticals of expertise that you oversee, but it may be useful for the audience actually if you just gave an overview of the scope of commerce, because it is incredibly vast, from trade to job creation to NOAA to the Census Bureau to Spectrum. There's a lot of things that you can shape on behalf of the United States.
Yeah, prior to this interview, I didn't realize just how broad the scope of the Commerce Department was. What the next section here where he talks about this is Commerce Secretary could be a lot more powerful and influential than I realized.
So tariffs, which have been a big conversation. There's two types of tariffs. There's general tariffs, that's in front of the Supreme Court. And then there's sectoral specific tariffs. Those that are specific, industry specific, are in this building. Okay?
Yeah.
And they're part of BIS, the Bureau of Industry and Security, right? And that is both where we have export controls. We don't want to sell our best chips to our adversaries. We don't want to sell whatever is the fill-in. That's the Bureau of Industry and Security. Or do we want a license? Just to make sure you use it in this sort of way or that sort of way. All of that is, and they have guns and badges, right? So they have guns and badges,
yeah,
right? Because they have to protect and defend that. And they find people, and they also control the auto tariffs, the steel tariffs, pharmaceuticals, which we can talk about a bunch because it's been insanely successful driving down the price of pharmaceuticals in America. And so that's the Bureau of Industry and Security, BIS. Then you have ITA, which basically is the advocate for business, right? I'm the Secretary of Commerce. So that's like a fun job. Like, you're in charge of commerce. So we help companies sell things around the world. That's our job. And we help states sort of bring in business to build and grow here. Mm-hmm. So we're sort of the import-export assist model, right? So we're always helping Boeing. So the senior executives of Boeing follow me around like a puppy, because everywhere time I do a deal, and if you look at my big deals, at the end it says they buy 50 Boeing planes. They buy 100 Boeing planes. So we're always helping American companies sell overseas, and we're helping companies invest in America. Right.
One thing that you'll notice with Lutnick, he's very, very good at explaining things in a pretty concise, direct fashion. And the way he explains things, you can tell he knows what he's talking about. And I realize that he gives the vibe, I think, to a lot of extremely oy vey. He gives the vibe of being sort of like a slimy bullshitter. But if you listen to him for a while, you realize that that's like his personality. That's the way he communicates, because he's like a Jewish guy from New York. That's just the way that he talks and communicates. But he genuinely does really understand exactly what he's doing. He's not someone that's there just sort of as, just kind of like buying political clout or something. Like, he's actually deep down in the weeds with all the stuff that he's working on.
Help them with the permits, help them with whatever they need to build and grow so we can grow our American jobs here. So those are.
I hadn't thought of commerce as being sort of like the intermediary between domestic business and foreign business, and integrating them. So there's like two broad sides to it. There's interfacing with the foreign businesses and facilitating their investment and purchases and stuff within the country. And then there's interfacing with the domestic businesses and facilitating their protecting and promoting their interests, reaching out abroad.
Those are two examples. Then we have NTIA, right? Telecommunications. That includes spectrum. Like, how are we going to do 6G? Like, how are we going to do 6G? Like, how do the pieces fit together? Mm-hmm. That's our responsibility as the lead advisor, right? And then inside of that, of course, we have the AI, the Center for AI Advancement, right? So we study, and then we put out reports. Like when DeepSeek comes out with their new model, right? And there's all this press about it. Our department literally, painstakingly studies it as compared to our models and publishes what's the difference.
Right.
So that there's a standard of knowledge, not, the press making this, that, or the other thing. So, and then we put out GDP, right? And we analyze, and what's interesting about GDP is people don't realize what we do is we use the census. So there's business census, calling around to companies, and it's not really calling around anymore. It's more, economic connection to companies through APIs and otherwise. And one of the keys for me is to get rid of everything that's manual that's left and make it all automated, make it all connected with APIs, make it make sense. Right. You can do it amazingly well. Create GDP, and then we put GDP out on the blockchain. Because if I'm publishing GDP, why not?
Yeah.
Like, where's the holdup?
And you started doing that in July, I think.
I mean, how fun is that to say, why don't we do that? And then, we go to the Oval Office, I chat with the president, he goes, great. And then we do it. I mean, the reason you want to work for President Trump is his intuition is so extraordinary and his knowledge base is so amazing that I can go in and talk to him about, should we put GDP on the blockchain? And just before that, he was doing something completely different. And then he'll chat with you about 3-5 minutes and it goes, that sounds great. And then you just go do it. So it's really fun. We have the patent office, and if you think of how valuable intellectual property is, how do we protect it? How do we defend it? What's the right way to think about it? So then you have NOAA, which is, we have inside of NOAA, of course, is the word atmosphere, right? It's oceans and atmosphere. What does that mean? Oceans, and above 50,000 feet is space commerce. So I have now the Office of Space Commerce, which I've taken out of NOAA and then put in my office so that I can reimagine how do we handle commercial satellites.
Okay, so we're going to dig into as many of these.
So like that list of things that he just rattled through, like all of the different industries and stuff that he's plugged into and connected with is like, I was a libertarian for a really long time, but once you start thinking civilizationally, you realize that having a Secretary of Commerce who does his job, having these sorts of agencies that actually are patriotic and productive and are proactive about facilitating business and investment and research and coordination and all that sort of thing. It's a big if, but if those agencies are patriotic and productive and proactive about their patriotic productivity, then they could be such tremendous assets, especially when they're placed under the leadership of of high agency, high competency people like Howard Lutnick. Yeah, the noise gating on especially on Lutnick's mic is rough.
These areas as we can, but let's go back to the first one. So can you bring us into the room leading into April 1st? And
April 2nd.
April 2nd, sorry. And bring us into the room debating tariffs, debating where you wanted to start, debating the game theory. What were the puts and takes, and how did you come up with the decisions you made? And then if you could just reflect back on what went right, what would you want to redo, and what was maybe, and still is, misunderstood?
So the president in his first term, he's been talking about tariffs and how the trade deficit of the United States of America is really a ripoff of America. That people who don't weigh in very deep say, well, you have a trade deficit with the supermarket, right? You know, I mean, you're always buying from the supermarket, so you have a trade deficit with the supermarket. That's just silly, right? If you think about it, let's say there are two islands, right? One produces and one invents. So the inventor lets the other island produce and keeps buying it from that other island, pays them the money, and then that other island uses the money to buy the inventor's island. And over a period of time, the producer owns the inventor's island. And the inventor works for the producer because he ran an infinite trade deficit and kept paying his money away. So what's supposed to happen when I was in college?
So I know, Mr. Su, you said just a little bit ago that you were having a hard time kind of tracking his analogy there with the island. And he's the inventor in his analogy here is the United States, and the island and the producer is China. And so he's saying the reason why this trade deficit thing matters, because the free market libertarian sort of thing is like they use the gay analogy that he mentioned. Oh, you have a trade deficit with your supermarket. Well, that's fine. Your relationship to your supermarket is different than the relationship of a regional hegemon to another regional hegemon. You know, like your sovereignty is not threatened by the supermarket. So you having a commercial transactional relationship with the supermarket is different than a nation's relationship to another nation. So in this case, if you have a nation that is inventing things and then another nation who gets the outsourced production capacity for those things, well, the nation that's inventing the things that are then being produced has to buy the things from the nation that's producing them. So what's happening here is you have dollars, or you have currency going from the inventor to the producer, or dollars going from the United States to China. Then you have goods going from the producer back to the inventor, or from China. You have goods going from China back to the United States. Well, eventually, the United States sending all of these dollars back to China, well, then China's going to use those dollars to buy all the invention capacity and all the production capacity from the United States. So as long as this trade deficit is maintained, the United States is sending value out, sending like permanent value out in return for temporary value. So eventually China is going to own the United States, is what he's saying. You're not going to have the supermarket's not going to own you. You're not going to be owned by the supermarket because you have a trade deficit with them, because it's the relationships are just fundamentally different. He says, right, I thought so at first. It was the part where he goes, the producing island will just buy the U.S. Okay, meaning what? They owe a ton of our stock and bonds. Okay, yeah, because we're American, you can't resist investing in us. But then that's where tariffs come in, because it's the cover charge to have the privilege to invest in us. Yeah. So, and what it also means is like you're going to invest in us, increasing our own productive capacity. And you're going to have to draw down your productive capacity. You're producing too much. You're producing over capacity. Your production levels are scaled up so high that it's actually a threat to us. So we're going to force you to produce less, and you're going to fund or finance us producing more so that we can return to a more stable equilibrium. And that's what he gets into here in a little bit too.
My, freshman and sophomore professors basically said, if you run a trade deficit, you'll keep taking your silly paper money and giving it to them and buy their wine and buy their cars and buy all their cool stuff. And sooner or later, they're going to say, hey, I don't want your stupid paper. and your dollar would devalue. You wouldn't be able to buy their stuff, and it would all balance. And that's sort of free foreign exchange, floating currency theory. But what if you're America and you invent the light bulb, and then you invent the transistor, and then you invent the GPU, and you're just too darn smart? So what they do with those dollars is they come in and buy us. In 1985, we had net ownership of the rest of the world. So comparing the rest of the world's ownership of America and our ownership of them, that counts everything, their bonds, company
Real
stock,
estate,
everything. We were net an investor of $148 billion, more of them than they owned of us.
Okay, yeah, that last sentence there. So what he's saying is, at that point, 1985, collectively, United States interests owned more foreign interests than foreign interests owned of American interests. So you might say, like, if you took total foreign ownership of American assets and property and debt and everything else, then total, it was $50 billion. I'm just picking a random number. Total was $50 billion. So foreign interests owned $50 billion worth of American property. Americans owned $100 billion worth of total collective foreign property. So America is a net owner of foreign things. But now that's switched, where foreigners own more American things than Americans own foreign things. If you survive, you earn your freedom. Thank you for resubscribing, Samoa Bob.
Fast forward to 2024, 26 trillion the other way. Wow. They own 26 trillion of us. More than we own of them.
What you're saying is we became effective in.
So not just that foreigners own $26 trillion worth of America. Again, owning America here meaning owning American stocks, American property, American intellectual property, American bonds, everything. Total American things that could be owned. It's not just that foreigners own $26 trillion worth of American things. Foreigners own $26 trillion more of American things than Americans own of foreign things.
Employees of the people that were producing the things that we created.
Right. So when we call, the beginning, so Donald Trump says we're getting ripped off, we need to fix this. Right. And sort of like these junior economists fight it and say, no.
Let me just stop for a second. That is the first time I've heard that. It is an extremely elegant framing, actually. It sets up an incredibly powerful way to measure the effectiveness of tariffs.
Right.
Which is, and is that how you think about it? Which is that imbalance is the North Star?
Yes.
Once we own at least the same of them as they do of us.
That's balance.
That's balance.
We're balanced.
Right. And right now we're at a $26 trillion.
Why would we have that? So what happens is you call a country up and you say, I'm going to set a tariff. They say, wait. Before you set a tariff, how about this? We'll invest $200 billion in your country. And Toyota will build a factory and Siemens will build a factory and they'll all build a factory. And I'm like, you're just buying us.
Right.
You're literally buying us. I understand.
The fact that he's making this observation is so heartening to me. He's saying, like, on its surface, yeah, this seems like a great deal. Like, you're going to get all this foreign direct investment into the country. But then you're going to own this stuff that you build here. So you're just buying more of us. This is you're instead of putting your money into our debt, you're putting your money into our equities, or you're putting your money into our land or our productive capacity, but you're still owning more of us. So there has to be something else beyond that.
Better for you investing $200 billion in America or investing $200 billion where? Where's better than investing here? So what happens is that natural argument, which was always previously successful, falls on deaf ears. And I'm pointing over there because that's his office, okay? The White House is like right there. And he says, you're only investing here because it's great for you. The answer is, I want to rebalance.
So you, foreigner, are investing in America. You're putting $200 billion in America because you believe that that $200 billion is better invested in America than it could be invested anywhere else. So we're going to test just how much you believe that. Because really, we're giving away the shirt off our backs. we've got the hot spot to be that everyone wants to be in for all sorts of different reasons, and we're giving it away for free. Now you're going to have a paywall. You're still going to invest. You're still going to give that to us, but we're going to control it.
And that's what we're out to do. Build it here, sell it here, fine. Or pay for the privilege of selling it here.
How did you set the rates?
Well, the president on the campaign trail had two views, the debate. And he was really debating with the team and inside his mind, does he want to set a universal tariff or a specific country by country tariff? Obviously, a universal tariff, it's easy. Tuesday morning you say,
pick a number.
10%, Shazam.
Right.
But we settled on a country-specific model. Much more complex, much more difficult, but much more nuanced, much more clever, and much tougher. And he couldn't do that in his first term because he didn't have believers around him. He had too much of the people who believed that sophomore professors' ideals. And even though we were out $26 trillion, they thought that was too casual a comment. And so this administration came in with incredibly sharp people, me included, Jameson Greer, Scott Besson, who were on side, on board, driving for these outcomes.
Let's double click into a couple of these deals because some of the terms you got, it would be just great if you could walk us through how you convinced them. So let's look at Japan. So the Japan trade deal, you walked out with, I think it was $550 billion of commitment. And terms, I mean, I mentioned on the pod, I've never seen terms like this before, which you can explain, which is basically, Japan gets their money back, then you get 90% of the profits. But can you just walk us through, when you go into the room with the Japanese government, just get us to the outcome. How do you negotiate that?
There's a moment here where you see it click for Chamath, the way they structured this deal. And you can see the way, this administration is full of A-class, ruthless business executives.
Deal with them?
Okay, so let's spend some time in Japan because it's really, it's fascinating. So when thinking about Japan, I reminded the president in 1853, Admiral Perry went with an armada and cannons and still had trouble opening the Japanese market.
Right.
So the Japanese market for cars, as an example, 94% of cars driven in Japan are Japanese. They don't drive German cars. They don't drive Korean cars. They don't drive American cars. The only American cars really in Japan are Chevrolets driven by the Yakuza. So, you can't come home with a Chevy and people are like, ooh, you got a new job, did you? So it's a culturally, technically, and economically closed market. So even if you opened it technically, and even if you opened it economically, you may not be able to open it socially. So what we did is we said, all right, you're going to pay a 25% tariff. Simple. You won't open your market, right? I can't get you to really open your market. So you just pay us 25%. And that's simple. We don't have to negotiate, we just pay for the right and the math will fix itself over time. So their leadership called and said, we can't do that. And, when someone says, I can't do that, I'm like.
And when you say why?
Yeah. And they explained why. They said, look, the way the Japanese auto manufacturers work is the government subsidizes the machinery that went to small manufacturers. So what they did is, let's say company A could have 1,000 small companies and they make the cup holder for this particular model.
Right.
And so they have 50 people who work at this company who make the cup holder.
For Toyota.
For Toyota, but the machinery was subsidized by the government. And so you have thousands, tens of thousands of these companies. And so they can't pick them up and move them to America.
Let me ask you just a question before you go back to this.
So you've got this is a thing with China as well. And this is what part of the thing that as the U.S. is focusing on rebalancing trade, this is one area that is being highlighted, is government subsidies. If you have countries where those governments are subsidizing their industry, they're actually creating a pretext. They explain this in more detail with respect to China in a little bit, but they're allowing their businesses to gain an advantage above and beyond other businesses in other countries where those governments do not subsidize them. So then the U.S. has a choice here. They can either choose to start subsidizing their own businesses, but you're going to run into some cultural issues there, socialism, that sort of thing. They're starting to do it anyways, but you're going to run into that. There's a lot of political baggage with that. Or you can tell them, you need to stop subsidizing your companies. Yes, this is the root of the globalist economic warfare tactic. Exactly that. Because the next thing I was going to say is, where is Japan getting all of this money that they can use to subsidize their industries? Where's that money coming from? I'll let you go to town on that one, Mr. Sue.
Was it surprising to you that not just Japan, but I'm sure you encountered it everywhere, all these other governments would be willing to shape and subsidize their own domestic productivity, whereas Americans were a little bit more on their own?
It's amazing.
Exactly that.
Subsidies, the assistance, it's not a level playing field.
That everybody else does for their own domestic internal economy.
But not on every product,
right?
But on many. I mean, like, we set steel and aluminum tariffs. You'd say, like, why do you do the whole steel and aluminum thing? You'd say, well, if the Chinese give power, G-I-V-E, the power to the steel producer.
Free.
Think of steel, right? It's like brown dirt.
Yeah.
So you process the brown dirt to make it iron ore, but you've all seen it's like dirt.
Right.
And then you know how much power you have to put into that to melt it, to make it look like one of those things we've seen on TV where you're pouring the iron ore. And imagine if I gave you the power for free. You'd be making your steel for $250 a metric ton.
Right.
And you'd say, how much does it cost in America? $700 a metric ton. So they're going to put our guys out of business, which means they put our guys out of business. And then Japan subsidizes it. Korea subsidizes it. So maybe they can do it for $400 a metric ton. And meanwhile, so we start with 40 steel blast furnaces. Now we have 10.
Remember Stormy's analogy about the Bangladeshi rice farmer? Where do you think all of these subsidies are coming from? Where do you think all of that money, all that capital is available for these other nations to subsidize their industries to undercut American industry? That's all coming from the Eurodollar world. You have the whole yen carry trade was essentially set up as a way of providing extra liquidity to Japan so that they can undermine American industry. And there's examples like this in all these other countries as well. China didn't arrive at their own domestic business model just like organically as a part of being Chinese. That played a role, but they were also set up this way intentionally to undercut American industry.
And if we kept going, we were going to have
zero.
And then what happens is you become basically subservient if you need steel. You want to build your own missiles? You have to call another country. Now, they may be your allies like Japan and Korea, and you can call them, but you are not self-sufficient. So Donald Trump says, we need steel. We need aluminum. We need copper, right? And we need to make our own semiconductors.
Yeah.
Right? We need to make our own pharmaceuticals.
Right.
And once you understand this, right? And you really think about it, Donald Trump is, not only is he completely correct, it actually goes to the thank God, right? Like, you study pharmaceuticals and you really study them. And you say, well, these generic pharmaceuticals are made in India. You say, okay, good. India's our ally. But the ingredients come from China.
Exactly.
So that if there's one nut or bolt that you need and it comes from China, they don't send it to you.
Right.
Right? Like, there were these things called magnets. Okay, and magnets go in a car. The value of a magnet that goes in a car is $20. $20. Right? You're buying a $30,000 car. It's a $20 part.
Right.
But if they don't have it, sorry, they can't work.
Right.
Right? Where do we get that part from? Well, China sells them. They buy the dirt, the ingredient, for $55 a pound. And they sell you the finished magnet for $55 a pound. So no one's going to make the magnet if you could sell the raw material for $55. So they're basically just losing money. And the answer is, right.
Do you think that this mercantilism, was it a purposeful strategy to weaken America? Or do you think it was just a byproduct of capitalism?
The answer is yes. The Chinese economy is one of overproduction. They have 50 mayors.
Here's where he's really getting into exactly what I was talking about. Lord Breezy said this is all meant to paralyze all the nations, but especially the American muscle. Yes, and here's why this is why like the European bros don't get what Donald Trump is doing for them. They're like, oh, well, he should be helping our right-wing governments or whatever, our right-wing parties. No. By doing what he's doing, by breaking this system for America, he's also breaking it for other countries. Because America is fine with other countries doing this sort of thing, but they're not fine with other countries doing this sort of thing and America not being allowed to do it. Or any other country not being allowed to do it. If you guys are going to subsidize your industry, we're going to subsidize our industry. And we're also going to charge you extra to cover the cost of you subsidizing your industry. To cancel out your subsidies. So you can keep doing it, but now you're spending money for no advantage. Because you cannot survive without our market. You can't survive without our currency, without our say-so in terms of protection, defense protection. Yeah, when the London economy crashes, right-wing populists will win big, same in Germany and other countries. Right. Having America be the one that attacks this globalist system for its own self-serving reasons actually opens up a ton of space for all of the other smaller, less powerful countries. And that's the thing. Every single European nation has to recognize they are smaller and less powerful than the United States and are going to be treated that way. And there's plenty of respect and dignity in being a smaller, less powerful nation. But there is no respect and dignity in being a smaller, less powerful nation that refuses to acknowledge that fact.
Provinces. And each of those provinces is trying to succeed.
Okay, so here he gives this great example of how China has massively amplified this effect to, like, they're playing a long game because they're like, we can afford, they're making this bet that we can afford to go in the hole subsidizing our own industry domestically, and we can survive this longer than you can. By the time we die from this mutual thing, you're going to die first, is essentially the bet that they're making.
The Chinese economy is one of overproduction. They have 50 mayors, provinces, and each of those provinces is trying to succeed. So each of those provinces wants to build an electric car company. And the government puts in all the money, builds the capital, gives them the power, invests. So if you're the mayor, you want the winning electric car company. Because remember, China does not have oil and natural gas. So they have to build electric because they have coal, right? So they have to build electric. We don't. We're being fools to think that we should have batteries and everything that they make that we don't. That's just foolish. But so that means if you have 50 mayors and they all have one electric car company? No, they're probably going to have two just in case. So that's 100 electric car companies. And they're all trying to kill each other, subsidized by the government. So they can cut their price 30%. Why? Because the government just says, look, let's just try to undersell everybody else. And then they make so many cars. What do they do with all these cars?
Right.
So then they dump them and they take the electric car, which cost them $30,000, and they sell it in Europe for $15,000. So you go to an electric car in Europe and say, $15,000 for this car. This is an amazing car for $15,000. That's because it cost $30,000.
To make,
and
yeah.
So what happens is that has the effect of putting Volkswagen out of business.
Right.
So what happens is it's their model, which is an attack chaos model. But the attack chaos model has overcapacity. And then they turn that overcapacity into an asset, says, let's dump the overcapacity. We're going to lose a fortune. Okay, but the government's just paying. We're going to dump that overcapacity into America, right? Or into Europe or into anybody who'll take it, right? We'll put their industry out of business and then we'll have them over a barrel. We'll turn our economic chaos into international prowess.
And leverage.
Beautifully explained. Hopefully, if you haven't understood why it is that China, as what China represents right now, is a threat to America that must be dealt with, that must be managed, and actually is a threat to more than just America. Like fucking Volkswagen. What China does America overconsumes. China overproduces. They generate this overcapacity that they wield like a weapon by then dumping it on these other countries that are defenseless against it, choosing to be defenseless against it for what should be obvious reasons. So China weaponizes this overcapacity. They're going in the hole to produce this overcapacity with the belief that they're going to have an effectively infinite supply of financing to be able to produce that overcapacity, with the knowledge that they can undercut countries' industries to the point where they absorb that entire industry. And then that makes up for the fact that they went into that hole. Because now they can make it up on the back end. Now I control your industry. So it's like going deeply into debt, but you end up buying an entire industry with that debt. And now the debt doesn't matter because you own the industry. And then you can enforce your will on those countries because you own that industry. You've hollowed them out. That's why China, there's this notion that just like anytime the United States the United States federal government is engaged in some sort of relations with another country, this is like foreign policy and it's a distraction from the stuff that really matters. And this is just horseshit, man. If you want American industry to be great, well, that American industry needs to be sold somewhere. We need customers. We need people to buy our shit. So you're going to have to do something with respect to other countries selling their shit into your country if you're going to say, no, you can't sell your shit into our country. Well, there's going to be diplomatic ramifications around that you have to deal with. There is no like isolation, we just don't talk or interface or engage diplomatically with any other country. This is absurd. This is retarded libertarianism speaking. The president has an obligation to be constantly engaged in diplomacy and brinksmanship and negotiations and balancing, constantly revisiting and balancing with other nations. That's literally like a core part of his job.
Right.
So that's...
And so then the tariffs now then basically slow that leverage down because it takes that economic incentive off the table. Do you need to follow up with some other set of structural changes, though, to right the ship in the long term? We have to domesticate production. Like, what are the things that we need to do so that in 8 years or 12 years, if the tariffs were to change, if a different administration takes a different point of view, what is structurally going to be left behind that prevents this from happening again?
With respect to China, if we blink, they will sell below cost in America and drive our domestic companies out of business. And then we will be beholden to them.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of a simple math, right? I mean, if you think about it, they spend a fortune convincing everyone that they should be environmentally friendly and have an EV car. But if Europe doesn't make batteries and they say have all EV cars by 2030, then who are they going to buy the batteries from?
Mm-hmm.
They have to buy it from China. And now they need to buy it from China, which means what is their foreign policy with respect to China? It's very positive. That's all, right? They trade economic, basically,
certainty.
I've gotten prowess over you so that you're going to let me do this, that, and the other thing. And eventually, they're not playing with the same rules that we play with.
So you see what he says here. If you are Europe and you have this goal that you're going to be EVs only, and yet you don't produce your own batteries, you've outsourced your production of EVs, but you've also made this a domestic policy initiative that you're going to be EV only, you're going to have a positive relationship with China to acquire the batteries for those EVs. Which then means you're going to have an acquiescent foreign policy. This is the way that China manipulates foreign policy against other countries. This is how China colonizes other countries. Forces them to bend the knee militarily by conquering them through industry, through absorbing their industry by undercutting domestic industries. And then it leaves these other nations no choice. Now, China, I don't see China as some sort of standalone entity. I think China is a wing of this globalist. I was going to say a bird, but there's more than two wings to it. It's one part of this entire interconnected scheme that has been structured by the pre-existing imperial superstructure.
And so when you go around the world and you study the world, like Japan doesn't do cars by the same rules that we do. So they had to have cars be lower than 25%. 25% was basically a number that choked them. And so we analyzed together with them that 15%
Might call it a hydra.
would be the number they could live with, right? And keep making cars and build more here. And then I said, well, but why would we, since you're not really going to open your market, you're not really going to let us have access, how are we going to do it? And then I spent months going back and forth with the Japanese and President Trump with different ideas. How about this? So if you suggested I got it right the first time, that would not be true. I got it right. You know, I've always described my business success in life. I always came at it like this, okay? And then this. Sooner or later,
iterate to success.
Sooner or later, I got through. So what we came up with was $550 billion. That this is not foreign direct investment. This is not Toyota building a factory in America. This is, they literally will finance any project we want to build in America, as long as it's like a good cash flowing project. Nuclear. We want to build $100 billion of nuclear plants. They will pay for it. So what happens is they'll borrow the money on like a 30-year bond in Japan.
So the Japanese government goes and raises the $550 billion from their domestic bondholders.
From their domestic bondholders.
Right. So they're an LP to you, and you're the GP.
Exactly the right thing.
Yeah.
They're an LP.
That's the big aha moment right there. So what Japan is doing is Japan is taking on domestic debt from their own bondholders, and they're serving as the LP. So if you're in like a venture fund, like a venture fund, like with like private equity, the LP would be like the person with the money who gives the money to the fund, and then they're hands off. Then you have the GP, that you have the limited partner, then you have the general partner. The general partner is the people that work in the fund, the ones that secure the financing and then deploy it and invest it into different companies. So the United States is functioning as like a venture fund for American business. And they're securing that capital by weaponizing access to the American market against a government like Japan. And they're saying, Japan, if you want access to the American market, you're going to have to pay into our fund. They created a sovereign wealth fund, effectively. You're going to have to pay into our fund. You're going to be the limited partner here. You're going to give us your money, and then you're going to be hands off. We are going to invest that money where we see fit within our country with our companies. And that money that you got, you borrowed that money from your citizens. So then we'll pay you back. He's going to get into the repayment terms here. You're going to make money off of your investment so that then you can pay your own bondholders back again. So the money originates with the bondholders. Japan issues the bonds, receives the cash, sends the cash to the United States government. The United States government deploys the cash into the particular business ventures, whatever they want.
They give us the equity. Yeah. We build the nuclear power plant, and then it starts selling power, and we split the cash 50-50 until they get back their money plus their interest. So that means in 30 years, the taxpayers of Japan broke even. And their dividend was a reduced tariff. That every day they had a lower tariff, they have more employment, they had this and that. And you know what? If their stock market's up?
Their dividend. So the bonds, they're not even paying them interest on the bonds. They're going to break even on the bonds, and the dividend that they are making is that they don't have to pay as high of a tariff. So they're paying more than they were before. And now they're paying even more for the right to not pay more than they were before. This is with the Jews you win, man. When you've got Jews working on your side like this, oh, the wonderful things you can conceive of.
20s?
Yeah.
Up.
Yeah.
Not down.
Yeah.
Up. So, that's the point, which is it didn't cost their taxpayers money over time. Right now, it's pretty simple to understand how much we're going to make. you'd say, well, if it's 550 billion and their interest rates are pretty low, so let's say over 30 years, you're going to get 650 billion. When we pay them back 650 billion, if you say to me, how much did America make? I would say 650 billion because we split the money 50-50.
Yeah, exactly.
And after they get their money back, because nuclear power plants last a long time,
Yeah.
then the cash flow goes 90 to America and 10 to Japan.
And when you say to America,
So then so they took that money. So Japan is the LP, gives the money to U.S. federal government as the GP. U.S. federal government deploys the capital to build infrastructure. That infrastructure begins generating a return, a profitable return. After 30 years, or whatever the term is on the notes, after they've broken even and paid back Japan that 650 billion or whatever it was, then cash flow kicks in. The United States keeps 90% of it. Japan gets 10% of the cash flow in perpetuity generated by this. So there's a partnership baked into this. So if Japan's incentive is we need to get back to that break-even point. We need to get through this period of 30 years so that we can get to the point where we start making money off of it. And all of this is constructed just so that they can pay a lower tariff that's still more than they were paying before. As Lord Breezy says, you're basically sucking the Eurodollars back into America as well. Exactly. And you know what you're not doing? You're not printing money for infrastructure projects. You're not going to get inflation because you're not expanding the money supply. That money was already out there, was already in the money supply. You're pulling this capital back into the United States, increasing the liquidity of the United States, but you're not getting actual monetary inflation from it.
is there an account? How does that money then get spent or allocated? Or
the only bank the United States of America has, as far as like the Secretary of Commerce sees, is called Treasury.
Treasury.
So we have accounts at Treasury, and all the money goes into Treasury. So all the tariff money goes into Treasury.
Isn't that an interesting framing? As far as the Secretary of Commerce is concerned, the only bank that America has is the Treasury.
All this money just goes into Treasury. So it reduces our deficit. And it is taxes paid by others.
Right.
For us to get our house in order, right? That's why the president talks about the External Revenue Service, right? In this case, you're going to make, you'd say, all right, well, over 20 years, you probably make $30 billion a year, right? That's $30 billion a year. You know how much tax we have to raise on Americans to cover $30 billion a year? That's $30 billion a year just on those trades. And then you have the tariffs are $500 billion a year now, and they will grow over time to $1 trillion a year. And that
Donald Trump has weaponized the U.S. commercial market to force other countries to fund our federal government doing internal improvements on the country. Foreigners are being taxed to pay for rebuilding our industry and our infrastructure. And they are happy to do it. They're happy to do it because they retain access to the market that they can't live without, and because they're getting skin in the game. They got to have a low time preference here. They got to have long time horizons. But this is going to be a source of cash flow for them eventually. You help us build up our market gets even better, you benefit from that. This is what he meant by trillions are flooding the U.S. Yes. A big, beautiful paywall and make the rest of the world pay for it. Yes. Yes. Lord Breezy says the strength and flaw of this globalist scheme is that America is the gravitational center of everything, which keeps everything going. It only became a flaw with this administration. Correct. That's the great irony in all of this, is they constructed this whole thing as a way of siphoning capital away from the United States to bankrupt the United States and retain the United States as a colonial property. And the great deep irony of it is they created this gravitational force that now when America takes control of its own sovereignty, actually begins to enforce its sovereignty, suddenly everyone's trapped in here with us. There's nothing they can do about it. You shouldn't have chained all of your economies to us, retards. Now we're going to win. And you know what? We are gracious. We are a straight, white, Christian man society. We are gracious and dignified in our victory. So we'll ensure that when we win, you win as well. You just got to bend the knee.
Money is not money we have to pay in taxes. And eventually that puts our house in order, it lowers interest rates, it drives our economy. But most importantly, we don't have to pay.
President Trump has talked about this. He said that as you kind of execute the tariff plan and extract this incremental capital, you could see a rateable reduction in income taxes. Is that the right way to think about this? Or do you think there are other ways to spend the money first that we need to before we can?
Who paid for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, right? Tariffs. So that's a down payment.
Right.
Right. But that's the idea. We should be able to reduce the tax burden from the bottom up.
Yeah.
Right. Help Americans who make less than $150,000, who earn overtime, who earn tips. Let's reduce their tax burden. Right. Let's help America. And that's, by the way, that's 85% of America. It's not like it's a subset. And so I think the president is deeply focused on using the power of his administration to right a whole bunch of wrongs that have been ripped off about our country, and that we are the richest country in the world. And that means we don't have to take things away from people. Everybody assumes to balance the budget, if you asked a politician how you would fix Social Security, they would say, take the retirement age out.
Right.
Take away. They would never say, we are the greatest country on the earth. We have the greatest economy on the earth. Can't we figure out ways to enhance our revenues to keep the richest country in the world? Should be able to give people retirement at 65. We shouldn't change a darn thing. And that is his thinking.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so much more powerful than any politician before. Politicians think all they have to do is give or take, give or take, give or take, give or take.
The way that you've explained this, it makes an enormous amount of sense. It's like you set the stage of here's the historical imbalance. Here's how we want to reset it. We want some investment that we're going to get you whole, foreign country. But at the end of the day, this is about American exceptionalism. It's worked in Japan. It's worked in Korea. You did the deal with Europe. You did the deal with the UK. What's sort of out there that's still there? I think India's kind of still out there, although it seems like they are capitulating a little bit. I saw that they just bought a lot of liquefied petroleum gas from the United States in November. What are the big sort of hot button places that you want to...
I'll tell you a story about India. So if you remember, so I did the first deal, the UK, and we told the UK that they had to get it done.
Okay, here. This is very important. Very important about the way that they're negotiating this. This is like, you could learn stuff for your own personal life. You could be taking notes for how to approach these sorts of things on a personal level.
But 2 Fridays from now, that was the date, that the train was going to leave the station by 2 Fridays, because I have a lot of other countries doing things, and if someone else is first, they're first. And President Trump does deals like a staircase. First stair gets the best deal. You can't get the best deal after the first guy went. Everyone says, I want the UK deal. I want the UK deal. The answer is no, they were first. They took the chance. They moved quickest. They're first. Second, up a stair.
So that sets the floor.
Right. And then the next one's got to be higher. And then the next one higher. And then the next one higher. And the next one higher. So he does things that way, because that way it incents you to come to the table.
Right.
You could have 3 countries who are the second deal. They all get done at the same time.
Right.
But if you want to wait and see how it goes, that's at your risk. So he does the UK deal, and they had to get it done by Friday. And Thursday afternoon, Keir Starmer's on the phone, the president. They do their deal Wednesday night, and on Thursday we have a press conference and we announce it. Okay. So everybody asked the president, who do you think is next? And if you look back at the time, he talks about a variety of countries, but he names India a couple of times publicly. It's not like a big secret. And we were talking India, and we told India you had 3 Fridays.
You put them on a shot clock.
Well, they have to get it done, because what happens is I have lots of other countries, and when those other countries do their deal,
the staircase goes up.
And now the president, during all these deals, he would refer to me as the greatest table setter who ever lived. Okay, because you've never had anybody who was as successful as me as a businessman before, who's just the table setter, basically. So because what I would do.
It's like, typically if you're doing big negotiations, like you're doing like big corporate mergers or, some sort of major investment deal or any of those sorts of things, you're going to have the guy whose job is to go in and he's the table setter. He's the one who goes in and gets all of the different parties there, all on the same page, all generally agreed on particular terms. But then you have the closer. So the table setter is subservient to the closer. The closer is the big dick in the room. And objectively, Howard Lutnick is an extraordinarily successful, gifted closer in his own right. He is usually the big dick at the table. But he mentions multiple times throughout this interview how he fully recognizes that he is subservient to Donald Trump. That Donald Trump is the sun that everyone orbits around, including Howard Lutnick.
Is I would negotiate the contracts and set the whole deal up. But let's be clear. It's his deal.
Yeah.
Okay? He's the closer. He does the deal. So I said, you got to have Modi. It's all set up. You have to have Modi call the president. They were uncomfortable doing it. So Modi didn't call.
Wow.
So that Friday left. Middle of the next week, we did Indonesia, the Philippines, right? Vietnam. We announced a whole bunch of deals.
Malaysia in that period.
So we did these whole bunch of deals. So that's like
that staircase.
And they were and because we negotiated them and assumed India was going to be done before them, I had negotiated them at a higher rate. So now the problem is the deals came out at a higher rate.
Right.
And then India calls back and says, oh, okay, we're ready. I said, ready for what? It was like 3 weeks later. I go, are you ready for the train that left the station 3 weeks ago? So what happened is they just, there's some.
So like they'd agreed with, just using random numbers here, they'd agreed at it with India. They were like, okay, India's going to be closing here soon. And so based on where we're at on the staircase here, India's going to get 15%. The UK did first, so they get 10%. India's coming in later, so they're going to get 15%. But then Modi just stands up Trump. And so they go and they close these other ones that they had assumed were going to close after India. And they had them at 20%. Now India comes back and they're like, okay, we're ready to do the deal at 15%. And he's like, no, you're at 25% now. Not only are you not going to get the deal that the guys who we thought were going to go after you got, you're going to get an even worse deal. Now remember what I talked about earlier at the top of the show about ExxonMobil with Venezuela is like, oh, no, I don't know about that. No, we need it to be much more stabilized than it is before we're willing to commit to it. So what's going to happen? What's going to happen to ExxonMobil? Deal's not going to be the same by the time they come around to it. Arthurian Canada says, I really appreciate that Chamath isn't peeving about this India story. Chamath is Sri Lankan. He's Sri Lankan, but he moved to Canada when he was like in his I think before grade school, and then moved to the United States. So Chamath is like full blown. I've listened to hours and hours and hours of Chamath at this point. He's like full blown America. Like he is flying the flag. He is 100% American. Totally like American chauvinist.
Sometimes there's that seesaw, and people are on just the wrong side of the seesaw. When I was young in business, and I was a trader. So one of my first jobs was as a trader. And when I would start on the wrong side of the seesaw, I'd buy and it would go down, and then I'd sell, it would go up, and then I'd buy, it would go down, and sell. Like when you're on the right side of the seesaw, you can't lose.
Yeah.
You buy, it goes up, and then you sell it, it goes down, and you buy, it goes up, and you sell, it goes down, and you feel like you're the king.
Yeah.
But when you're on the wrong side of the seesaw, what I used to do is I used to put the phone down. I used to go in the bathroom, fill a bucket with water, take a rag, and I would wash the plants in the office because it was much cheaper than me picking up the phone. So, and then people would call and say, can I speak to Howard? And they go, no, he's in a meeting. And meanwhile, they'd look up and there I am washing the plant. Because whatever I did, I would get back in there and I'd touch it. It would go the wrong way. So what happened is India just was, on the wrong side of the seesaw. And it was just, they couldn't get it done when they needed to. And then they couldn't get it done. And then they couldn't get it done. And then they couldn't get it done. And so what happened is all these other countries kept doing deals. And they're just further in the back of the line. And now when they say, but what I want is I want the deal in between the UK and Vietnam,
right,
because that's what I negotiate.
Right.
And they remember, and I remember, and they say, but you agreed. And I said, then, not now, then. And so that's the problem. India will work it out, but it's just, there's a lot of countries, and they each have their own deep internal politics.
Mm-hmm.
And to get something approved by their parliament or their diet or their, these are deeply complex things. And we're dealing with the world, but we've gotten them done. We got Europe done, right? We did Japan, then I did Europe, then we did Korea, and we've done country after country after country. And these are durable, meaning these are deals that take care of the countries, autos, pharmaceuticals.
Damn it. Sorry, I was muted. I don't know if you guys knew about this when it happened. It was a few years ago. I think it was when I still lived in California. So I think it was probably 4-5 years ago, something along those lines. I was kind of aware of Chamath because of his connections to the sports world, but I'd never really watched the All In podcast and didn't really know. I think I might have followed him because I saw some clip of him. He had some big viral clip a long time ago about Facebook and like negotiating, and it was kind of like, it was very Trumpian, and I was like, oh, this guy's kind of fun. But then he had this big scandal.
His China policy, the fact that he came out with a statement on the Uyghurs, I thought was very strong. It's one of the stronger things he did, but it's not coming up in the polls. And I think that whole Republicans interested in getting Hillary to run again is
let's be honest, nobody cares about what's happening to the Uyghurs, okay? You bring it up because you really care, and I think that's nice that you care. The rest of us don't care. I'm just telling you a very hard...
Wait, you're saying you personally don't care?
I'm telling you a very hard, ugly truth, okay? Of all the things that I care about, yes, it is below my line. Okay? Of all the things that I care about, it is below my line.
Disappointing.
Well, I think people, if you explain to them what's happening to the Uyghurs in China, they care, but it's not top of mind for them.
That's not
what's
caring.
Top of mind right now is they go to their grocery store and the shelves are empty.
Sure, that I care about. Yeah. I care about the fact that our economy could turn on a dime if China invades Taiwan. I care about that. I care about climate change. I care about I care about America's crippling and, decrepit healthcare infrastructure. But if you're asking me, do I care about a segment of a class of people in another country? Not until we can take care of ourselves will I prioritize them over us. And I think a lot of people believe that. And I'm sorry if that's a hard truth to hear. But every time I say that I care about the Uyghurs, I'm really just lying if I don't really care. And so I'd rather not lie to you and tell you the truth. It's not a priority for me.
And my response to that is, I think it's a sad state of affairs when human rights as a concept globally, falls beneath, tactical and strategic issues that we have to have. We need to have
another luxury belief. That's another luxury belief.
I don't believing in the human Declaration of Human Rights that Eleanor Roosevelt created with the United Nations. I don't think it's a luxury belief to believe that all humans should have a basic set of human rights.
I think it's a luxury belief. Right. And the reason I think it's
H1B and the H stands for Hitler. So yeah, that was when Chamath really kind of came on my radar, was when that whole thing happened. And he got dragged. He was the main character on Twitter for a few days over that. He had to go issue formal apologies, and it was January of 2022. So it was right when we moved to Texas. What date was that? Hold on a second. January 15th. So 4 years ago in 2 days. That was probably one of the best things, honestly, that ever happened to the All In podcast, because it caused such a huge scandal that it introduced a whole bunch of people to the podcast. And it was still a kind of a smaller niche thing back then. But yeah, J-Cal's always been... J-Cal is better now than he used to be. That should tell you something. J-Cal has gotten better.
Semiconductors, things that really need, and we've done country after country after country, and these are durable, meaning these are deals that take care of the countries, autos, pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, things that really matter. And the tariffs have been incredibly effective, and you can use them to change the trade deficit.
Sure.
But you can also use them to change behavior. We should spend some time talking about drugs and pharmaceuticals.
Well, this is what I wanted to do. Let's double click into AI and drugs, but let's start with drugs. So you were pretty integrally involved in some of the pharmaceutical repricing and manufacturing deals. Just walk us through what the goal of those were and how Americans will feel the impact of the deals that you've been able to get done.
So everybody who studies pharmaceuticals learns that America is the client, is the consumer, is the payer.
Worldwide.
We pay all the money. So these drug companies make 75% of their revenues in America, and it's 100% of their profits. Because what happens is we pay, let's say, $1,000 for a drug. And then Europe says, yeah, we have socialized medicine. We're not buying it unless, what's your cost? And the drug company says, $100. So they say, we'll pay you $175. You can make $75. And then the drug company says, no. And then Europe says, okay, I'm not buying it then. You'd say, what do you mean you're not buying it? You're not going to give medicine to your people? They go, no, we can't afford it, no. So eventually the drug company says, fine. So we're paying $1,000 and they're paying $175. 6 times less. And you'd be like, what? And that is how the whole world's drug model was working. We're paying $1,000. Everyone else in the world is paying $175. So Donald Trump says, I want to fix it. And I want MFN price. You want to charge us?
Most favored nations.
Most favored nations. So
we're the cheapest price in the world.
Right. But you could charge them $500 and then you could charge us $500. Fine.
Right.
But if you're willing to sell it to them for $175, don't come here and tell me that I have to pay $1,000.
Right.
It's just unfair.
You're not dictating price in America. You're essentially dictating the lower bound price abroad.
We are dictating fairness.
Fairness. Yeah.
If we're your biggest customer, treat us fairly. We're not even saying treat us the best. We're saying treat us fairly. I mean, it's amazing. So he writes a letter to 17 giant pharmaceutical companies. It said, I want MFN. And I got to tell you, I don't know a single person in this administration who thought he could do it. It was so audacious, so bold, so powerful. I was like, oh, geez. I mean, just write a letter to all the big drug companies saying, you're going to give us MFN. And you write a stern letter. And I'm like, okay.
Good luck with that.
How's this baby going to work?
Right.
And then, so I sit with, we have this amazing meeting with Bobby Kennedy and his team. And we say, look, I've got these 232 tariffs. I could smash these companies. Smash them, because they all make it overseas and then export it to us, and we're all the money. So we could charge them any tariff we want. We could charge them 500%. So let's do something that's never been done before. Let's literally be a team. Okay? You lead. So Bobby and his team, who are amazing, Dr. Oz, Chris Klump, I mean, these guys, it's spectacular.
Great guys, yeah.
They led, but I was the hammer, right?
From cable setter to hammer.
The hammer. So now I'm the hammer,
okay.
Right? So I'm in the background, hammer. And then, say, look, you have
Hebrew
two
hammer.
things we want from you. We want your best drugs at MFN prices. You can't sell it to anybody in the world at a better price than you sell it to us. Of the countries that have money.
Right.
Right? We're not talking about if you sell it to Sub-Saharan Africa. We're talking about, the big countries, the OECD. Let's say call it the Big 10 or the Big 20. Charge us the same and reshore. And I'll waive your tariff while you're reshoring, provided you do those two. Or hammer. Just hammer. And what's a hammer mean? I don't know, hundreds of % tariff starting, I don't know, what do you think? 30 days from now? Just bang. So
you're just there in the corner. They just see,
so I'm a handsome guy in the back, just gonna, so if you see me at the meetings, I'm there, oh la la. But if you look at the pictures that are put out, everybody puts out the picture of Bobby signing and me signing.
Right.
Right. You say, what are you signing, Howard? I'm signing the no hammer rule. So the result is Ozempic and Mounjaro are on Medicaid and Medicare for $149 instead of not on it.
Right.
And generally for sale for thousands.
Right.
So think about it. Instead of generally for sale for thousands, everyone in America can have it for $149. And that's going to reduce, it's going to change these drugs. We had drug companies say, you know what? I'm just going to give it to you. One of the drug companies, Merck, said they're going to just give us their #1 drug in the world.
Right.
They're going to give it to Medicaid and Medicare for $0.
Right.
Right. So we saved $25, $35 billion a year. But more importantly, we made drugs accessible to America at a fair price and stop always being the one who pays. We are the richest country in the world. And the world viewed us. Remember when I was growing up, there were all these cartoons on TV. And there was always this one where there was a guy stuck on a desert island And he looks at the other guy, and as the other guy walks by, he starts looking at him. He looks like a big chicken leg. You know, he's like starving. So he looks at the other guy. He sees him the world views us as a giant chicken leg. You know, that they should we're so rich, we won't miss it. And so the trade deals were bad. The drug deals were bad. You can go chapter and verse. The immigration system is the most ridiculous thing. Imagine we are the richest, most successful country in the world, and we give a lottery. So let's say we have a lottery to come into America. If you win the lottery, you win.
Right.
But who's paying for the lottery?
Right.
We are. So it's not like, the normal lottery, everybody pays in $1 and the winner gets X% of the money.
Right.
Here, the people win the lottery and we lose.
Right.
Like it's like a win-lose. And that's like, and you would say, gosh, why would we do that?
Yeah.
And it's only because Donald Trump is willing to literally challenge. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? He has incredibly capable people around him who are willing to challenge it and then come up with a better answer, attack that better answer, and deliver the outcome. Meaning just talking about it, as I said in the beginning, doesn't count.
Yeah.
You either change the immigration system, you change the price of drugs, you change the trade deficit, which halved, which is awesome, right? You change the budget deficit of the country down $600 billion this year. You just relentlessly deliver. What happens is if you have a businessman in that office, and Donald Trump has the best intuition of anybody I've ever met. I could tell you stories and stories of just like when they said to me,
I've just got to say here that once again, I'm just impressed with the fact that if you're getting ripped off, if somebody has rigged a system against you, there is no greater asset to you than a sufficiently motivated and loyal, patriotic Jew. With the Jews, you win.
I don't know, maybe we talked about it last time. What's the flag on the back of those ships? And I was like, I don't know. He goes, you ever seen a flag on the back of a ship that you know where it was from? And I was like, no. He goes, why is that? And then you look it up, and the number one flag on the back of a ship is Liberia. All these ships, like all the tankers.
Like all the tankers, cargo ships. And why is that?
It's a tax scam. It's a flag of convenience.
Right.
You see how angry he is? These motherfuckers. A tax scam. Running a tax scam on us? No. Not with the most Jewish-friendly president of all time. Nobody's going to be running tax scams against us. That's not happening. Also, I just will note. Wait a second. You mean there are scams being run through the whole like shipping world to rip off the United States, evade the United States' ability to assert its own sovereignty regarding global shipping networks? Huh.
And then what they do is they make all their money on the seas and they charge the port as an expense, right? So they pick it up from Europe, it's an expense. They drop it off in America, that's an expense. And all their profits are on the high seas where they pay no tax, right? So what do you think they do? Then they
leave it to the Jew to be like, here, I will explain to you exactly what sort of a scam they're working here. I know exactly how these sorts of things work. I will break it down for you. This is how they're ripping us off.
buy the ports.
Right.
It's all a tax scam. So the president, by intuition, sends us out like he sends me out. He loves to send me out stuff because, I just love this stuff and I find it. And we're going to attack. The next year, you're going to see this government attack fraud. And the fraud is probably $1 trillion a year of people who just have figured out how to rip off the system. And the system, remember, America had open borders till 1914. The reason it had open borders in 1914 is because it gave you nothing.
Right.
So like if you were sick, you couldn't go to the hospital unless you could pay the bill.
Right.
So if you were sick, you die. What do you want from me? Right? Get a job, take care of yourself, or get lost.
Right.
And when we went to have a welfare state, you have to close the borders. Because if the people are going to give their money, they need to give it to each other. You can't really open the border and say, I'm going to give my money to anybody who wants to come in.
Right.
That's getting it wrong. So when people say, open immigration is how we built America, they are right. And open immigration would be something interesting if we gave people nothing. Because if we gave them nothing, if they weren't smart enough, capable, entrepreneurial enough, driven enough, they would starve to death. And so they wouldn't stay here. They would self-deport and leave.
Right.
But if you're going to give them welfare, and you're going to give them food stamps, and you're going to give them housing, and you give them this, that, then everybody's going to come and just leech off of us. And we're going to pay and pay and pay until
now on this immigration side.
Once again, nothing is going to get a Long Island Jew more riled up than the idea of someone leeching off of him, scamming off of him. The sheer injustice of such a thing existing will be enough to make him just revolve his entire life around changing the situation. The Jew wants to starve the immigrants. Yeah. Get a job or fuck off.
Launched 2 versions of the Trump card, I think, right? There's the $1 million Trump card and then the $5 million card. Where are those programs and how have they been working so far?
It's out right now. Trumpcard.gov. It's a really nice website. And what happens is the idea is to stop letting people into the country without a clear benefit to the country. Right? You should come in if you're going to give us a clear benefit to the country. Like it should be black and white.
We want you. Yeah.
Right. You can help us.
Yeah.
So the average green card, if you looked for the last 5 years, the average American makes in the 60s, $1,000 a year. And the average green card recipient made in the 40s. So we are bringing in the bottom quartile.
Right.
Like what? Why? We're the only country in the world who was bringing in the bottom. More likely to be on welfare, more likely to be on food stamps, more likely to, on some, getting stuff from the government. Because they were all coming to get stuff from the government.
Right.
And so the idea for us is, okay, here's the gold card. You want to come in? Prove to us you're going to make a benefit to this country. Give the United States $1 million, which pays off our deficit, reduces taxes we have to charge Americans. And then you come in, you've proven that you're going to be a good citizen. We have to vet you. We spend $15,000 on the greatest vet we've ever done. And then you come in and you're going to be top quartile, maybe top decile.
Right.
But you're going to help America be better.
Have you announced how many people have applied or the first batches yet that have been granted this? Not yet.
No, the president the first week put out that we had sold $1 billion worth.
In the first week?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, but there's a process, and that this process is going along fixing the immigration system, right? Not letting people come in by lottery, selecting who they are, not bringing in people who would take a trainee job, right? People who graduate universities around the world and
fixing
people who graduate.
H-1B.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think H-1B is fantastic for someone who makes $500,000 who's a cool engineer. But it's not okay if it's a $60,000 college graduate. Hire from the universities of America. Don't hire from the universities of the world. It just doesn't make sense. And what happens is people steal the history of America and they lie, change the piece shape and try to stick in it by saying, America was born with, immigration and open. Yes, that's when we gave nothing. But if you're going to give everybody the gift of America, we better get something back. And that's why you're hearing about all this fraud. These people came in order to defraud America. It's not like a random act.
Right.
They figured this is the richest country in the world. We live in a crap hole. Let's get out of here. And these morons are going to let us have a BMW.
Right.
And we're not going to be hardworking, industrious people. We're just going to figure out the model and screw them. And America was not designed with walls and barriers. We were designed.
Yeah, it did sound like he alluded to killing OPT. This Jew is cooking. Wait, no, not like that. Yeah, it sounded like he alluded to killing off OPT, and just in general, it's music to my ears.
With an entrepreneurial spirit to make the world shine. That's who we are. We are. When I give talks, I say, if you want to understand the greatness of America, close your eyes and imagine a world without America. It's dark.
Yeah.
Really dark. Now open your eyes and say, what makes the world shine when America is shining the brightest? So you'd say, well, if that's true, America reset the world order of trade, right? And properly set the balance where, since we're the best economy, we're in the best position. And so if you're right, Howard, and the world shines brighter when America shines brighter, then even though the world's paying America, they should be in better shape.
Yeah.
Korean stock market up 70%. Japan up like 20s or 30s. Europe up more than 15, right? All of these up. And you'd say, well, I don't understand. How did they pay us and be up? Because the world, and you know, stocks are a long-term outcome.
That's right.
Right? And the long-term outcome is if the United States is powerful and strong and creating the greatest weapons in the world and selling us the greatest weapons in the world and protecting us and defending us and building an economy that we can rely upon and trust upon, our company's going to do great. Yeah, they're going to do great.
This is an excellent point that no one has actually made. The narrative that the media has been trying to paint recently is this is a debasement problem for the US dollar. But I actually think what you said is more accurate, which is what people looked through were the tariffs and saw a level of economic resilience in these other markets that made them very attractive in a way that they weren't attractive at the current course and speed. That's why Korea did so well, Japan did so well, Europe did so well. It's why a lot of these base commodities did well, because now you're seeing an increasing of demand because you're going to see production capacity all over the country. It was a huge change, actually. It really resets how capitalism and capital markets will work. I don't know if it was an intended consequence, but it's a very positive consequence. I want to talk, though, about what you just said about 2026. You said, we will be surprised at the level of focus that you and the president put on fraud, and you think there's $1 trillion. Can you just double click into what that means, how you're going to go after it, and is it at the federal level, at the state level? Just kind of give us the rough game plan, what you can say.
Sure. So the president is the federal, right? So if the federal government gives money to the state and the state gives it out, then we have a dog in the hunt.
Right.
Okay? If it's their money and they're giving it out, we don't really have a dog in the hunt. But we have a dog in almost every hunt because they take the federal money, it goes in, you know, and then they administer welfare. But it comes from us. So this is
money is fungible.
The success we had in pharmaceuticals was the Commerce Department and HHS working together in a way that these departments have never worked together before. That he understood my power and I understood his power, and together we changed the outcome to incredible success. So that's how we're going to look at it. We're going to have multiple departments working together, right? No one has ever looked at, if you're getting Medicaid and Medicare, how much money do you make? No one's ever compared the two.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, you're supposed to tell us. But if you're a fraudster...
It's the honor system.
Yeah, but the world...
This was insane to me. I didn't even realize this was the case.
...of America is built, but now with modern technology.
Right.
And then you have a beast like me.
Right.
Right?
The hammer.
And probably the guy with the best intuition in the world sitting right over there, who's also a businessman.
Right.
And, you know, we'd say, okay, we're going to build the technology to do this. We are going to build it. And everybody's on board. So you have the THS, you have HHS, you have Commerce, right? We're all working together, and we are going to come out with models and methods to seek the fraud out, and not on a limited to Minnesota scale. Oh no, we're going to go after it big time, right? And you have that on one side, and then you have the execution of the first year and the second year, which means you have the president saying we have $18 trillion of committed
executing the libtards
capital. Okay, open your plant. We have spreadsheets. I went over them yesterday.
Right.
We have spreadsheets of promises.
Right.
All these people who made these promises. Okay, call them. 30 construction projects launched that would never have been launched. So here's my view. I told you that I thought in the end of this year, we would get to 4% GDP growth. I said it in the first quarter.
Yeah.
And 4.3. Now the fourth quarter is going to be a mess because of the shutdown. Seriously, this is accounting in America. If someone works for the government, they count them as GDP. And you would say, right, that face exactly made. You go, what?
Exactly the same face I made.
As GDP.
What? Both of these, for Medicaid and Medicare, they don't check your income. You just self-report. And government employee pay is considered part of GDP.
You would say, right, that face exactly made. You go, what? So let's stop. You hire someone in your department. GDP just went up. Even though they don't do anything. Right. I thought GDP would be like if you make a tank.
Something.
Like you do something. Nope. So here's the fun part. When you furlough them on the shutdown, right? You're still paying them. That's the deficit. But they're not actually working at the government, so they're not productive. So they take it away from GDP. And you'd say, this is actually like the silliest thing in the world. You're giving the guy the same amount of money. What's the difference? But these are the rules. So our fourth quarter GDP will be 1.5 points lower than it otherwise would be for this oddity.
Just the furlough. That's 150 basis points.
So like the common economists think the fourth quarter growth is going to be a point. Okay? They're just like wrong. I said they were wrong in the third quarter. I said they were wrong in the second quarter. We have a 3.8 and then 4.3. We'll probably be like 2.5.
But that would have been to your point 4.
4.
Right.
Next year with all this construction in the ground. Like this Friday, I'm flying up to New York to Micron's groundbreaking.
So when the fourth quarter GDP numbers come out, what he's saying is whatever they come out at, add 150 basis points to that to get what the actual representation of it was. The GDP number is rigged by the government shutdown, essentially. So there's probably going to be a big hullabaloo about it. Oh, look, the economy is crashing and cratering, and look how badly it went down and everything. And it's because of the government shutdown. Add 1.5 to whatever that number is to tell you what the actual number would have been.
Breaking of their tens of billions of dollar factory in upstate New York. That's just another example, right? Then I'm going to Detroit where they're doing a huge, new build, new auto plant, and they're building their engine plant, and it's just fives. You're going to see fives in the greatest economy in the world. You're going to see fives. And people think, you can't.
I mean, 5% GDP on a base this big is just, it's enormous.
Right. We have a $30 trillion, so 5% is 1.5 trillion in growth. And if we cut rates, you'll see sixes. And people would never, before Donald Trump walked into that office, don't think that's possible. And what's 6 mean?
Let's just put 6 in context. 6 was China at its peak under central planning with a tight control on every aspect of its economy. That was what the world knew as what 6 looked like in the modern era. And now the alternative version of 6 will be the president, you, the team, in a much more open way.
You would have said it could never happen.
I would be shocked. I mean, that's an incredible.
Okay. You're going to put it this way. It wouldn't even be fun for you when we see the fives.
Yeah.
Because they'll be so soon. They could be this quarter, as in the first quarter. So then I'd say, well, you have to come back and see me when it's 2.5. But then you'll come back in a couple of months, and then you'd say, Howard, I just spoke to you for an hour. I don't need to speak to you again. But you're going to see fives, like as in early in 26.
That's incredible.
And then if they cut rates, and that's the thing, I need a new Fed chair who cuts rates. And if they cut rates,
sixes.
You'll see sixes. And what you're going to see, what that means is jobs are abundant.
Yeah.
Good jobs are abundant. High-paying jobs are abundant.
Right.
Construction jobs, you just get paid more money to be who you are. You make more money. And that is not inflation. That is called 6% GDP growth. See, if we have no growth and I pay you more because you demand more, that's inflation. That's right. But if I'm like trying to build a factory because I'm kicking tail and I have to share some of my profits with you to convince you to come to work.
Well, I'll give you a perfect example of this. I am the lead investor in a 1 gigawatt data center project in Arizona. We have to pay electricians between $500,000 and $750,000 a year, which is more than what we pay the engineers that work at the models at a Facebook. But it's an example to your point of just the economy has created earnings potential across the board in ways that I've never seen in my career. It's really quite incredible.
The society under Obama, the Obama view of the country, he blew it, right? He got rid of shop class. When I grew up, you took shop class.
Totally.
There were things to use with your hands.
Yeah.
And then we sort of ruled that out in America, said you got to go to a liberal arts college.
Right.
You have to end up with $200,000 in debt, right? And then these people thought, like, what job am I getting that gets me to pay off my $200,000 in debt? And then you have Biden jams in inflation, so the price of a house goes up. And then the American dream sort of slips further and further away.
Yeah.
And you get Donald Trump saying, okay, the way to fix it is I need to get the people working with their hands. 6 million Americans sitting on the sidelines because the jobs are not the right jobs for them. Get them out. Technicians, fix robotics.
Yeah.
Right. I went out to Arizona to the TSMC plant, and I met these guys were pipe fitters. I met a pipe fitter, and I said, "So how's the job?" He goes, "I play Tetris every day." He goes, "I've got to get these kind of pipes through this kind of thing in this kind of way. They give me this much space, and I got to do all this thing." He goes, "I have the greatest job ever."
Can I tell you something about that TSMC plant? That's a 4 nanometer plant. They are at better yields or equivalent yields than the best operating 4 nanometer plant in the world, which is in China. Isn't that incredible? American technicians are now dollar for dollar as good as what was happening in China. It's incredible.
They'll be great.
Nobody knows this, by the way, but it's incredible.
So TSMC, when I walked in, there was this CHIPS Act.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, So the CHIPS Act had $52 billion because we make no chips in America, semiconductors.
Yeah.
By the way, so just as a sort of a fun story, a wafer, these are things you know, but a wafer is the size of a pizza you get in a restaurant.
Yeah.
It's like a personal
small pizza. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like a 12-inch pizza.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what they do is they break it in little chips.
Yeah.
And that's why it's called a semiconductor chip. They literally chip it.
Yeah.
Right. So the beauty of AI, like these GPUs that Jensen builds from NVIDIA, is instead of making 4,000 little chips out of that pizza, they make 10.
Right.
These are big things. Like this thing's the size of a refrigerator. Like you think of a chip, think of the little teeny thing going in your iPhone, right? And these things are the size of a refrigerator.
Right.
And so it's a different kind of model. But they gave Intel $10 billion.
Yeah, actually, let me just stop there because I think one of the things that you did, you basically just put a pause on the CHIPS Act and ripped it apart and restarted it effectively.
Yep.
Because it was initially under Biden, again, just as an outsider looking at it, it was largely giveaways. And I think you flipped it around and you essentially said, stop. And my understanding is you actually you've committed to a lot, but you've been pretty judicious and disciplined about giving the money out. I think only $6 billion has gone out because there's a bunch of conditions and you have to.
This whole section is very interesting because I wasn't really aware of this, what they'd done with the CHIPS Act, and they break it down here really well.
Actually meet these milestones, and the CHIPS Act is very different than how it started.
So
is that fair?
Yeah, because the Biden administration viewed the $50 billion as, I'll give you 10%. You build a $60 billion plant, I'll give you $6 billion. And
why does that not work? Like, why would that not have worked? Or why was that not working when you came in?
Why would you give $6 billion to TSMC, which is Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, when their stock is worth $1 trillion?
Right.
So what Donald Trump does is says, hey, how about this?
I just cannot get over how incredibly merchant hands he is. It's like you got to have a few of them around. I think it was Lord Breezy earlier who said, you understand now why Uncle A kept a few of them close. Why would you give $6 billion to them when their stock is worth $1 trillion? You're not giving away my dollars to them. I count my dollars regularly. They are precious to me. Don't be giving them away to people who don't deserve them.
Why would that not have worked? Or why was that not working when you came in?
Why would you give $6 billion to TSMC, which is Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, when their stock is worth $1 trillion?
Right.
So what Donald Trump does is says, hey, how about this? How about this? I'll charge you 100% tariff. How about that? And then the guy says, okay, I'll build in America. See, I don't have to give you $6 billion. Like, Donald Trump can dissect it.
Yeah.
Right, in a paragraph.
Yeah.
In a paragraph.
Right.
So what we did is we said to TSMC, look, you signed the contract. There's 20 pages of DEI stuff in it. You need to hire.
This here is some beautiful, beautiful maneuvering. Listen to how they Jewed them out of these contracts.
You signed the contract. There's 20 pages of DEI stuff in it. You need to hire a blind.
DEI stuff.
Oh, you have to hire a blind contractor. You have to have
stop.
Trans, lesbian engineers. I'm not kidding, by the way. And, so think about the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, right? How many lithography engineers does Taiwan have that are female, let alone what their sexuality choices are?
Right.
They've never had a female. They're all men. Right. So I said, listen, you're in breach, right? Everybody thinks like a Republican will just rip that stuff up. Not this kind of Republican. This kind of Republican reads the contract and says, you're in breach
of the DEI
you
covenants.
You didn't build a daycare center in the middle of your clean room fab. Like you signed that contract, so you're in breach. Okay, so how about this? How about add 100 billion? So instead of building 60 billion, you build 160 billion.
Right.
And we agreed. So I feel better.
And then do you waive the DEI?
So just in case you did not catch what they did there, they said the Biden administration that passed the CHIPS Act had all of this DEI shit in there, which we think is retarded. You guys think it's retarded. You didn't even comply with it because the only reason it was in there was just to provide justification for it was just virtue signaling, and maybe there's some sort of graft or something to funnel something into some NGO somewhere or whatever. You didn't comply with this. We think it's bullshit, but look at that. You're in breach of your contract. So how about this? Instead of us coming after you for being in breach of your contract, we'll just say if you decide to invest $160 billion instead of just $60 billion, then we'll give you that $6 billion. And we won't go after you for being in breach of the contract. You can have the $6 billion, but you're going to give us $160 billion instead. This is some masterful Talmudic wizardry here.
Requirements.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Hey, build it. So instead of building 60 billion, you build 160 billion.
Right.
And we agreed. So then I feel better.
And then do you waive the DEI requirements?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Hey, build another 100 billion, we can rip that stuff up. No problem. So what happens is you now have a $165 billion plant going in. And I think, I'm going to let TSMC announce it, but they are going to get much bigger, even from the 165 billion. And this is a factory that makes the stuff that NVIDIA sells for 5 times higher.
Okay, let's talk about NVIDIA for a second. You did a deal at...
So then after all of that, then they're like, yeah, we give a shit about the DEI stuff. So once again, the libtards get hoisted upon their own retards. They put the DEI stuff in there and they gave instead of the administration just being kind of stuck with whatever the CHIPS Act being what it was, they're like, no. We can remake this, and we're going to use the DEI shit that you guys wedged in there as leverage. Incredible.
At the end of this year, I don't think we've ever seen
And then they just threw it away. They're like, yeah, that stuff's stupid and gay. We don't care about it anyways.
deal like this. And you can tell me if it's wrong. But you control the export licenses. And as you said, Chamath, we don't want our adversaries to get the most advanced silicon, which makes sense. And then you struck an agreement with Jensen, where now I think it's the H200s, which are not quite the most advanced chips, but maybe one generation before.
They're
go
more
to China.
Advanced than what China makes.
Right. But in return, you got a 25% marketing fee. What do you call it? Rev share.
Viva Krista Ray says Scott Adams is in hospice, expected to have only a few days left. Yeah, say a prayer for our Dilbert American. He said that he basically, as kind of a, what do you call it? The Pascal's wager, that he is going to convert to Christianity. But he's doing it very pragmatically. And you know what? Doing it pragmatically is maybe better than not doing it at all. But say a prayer for him, that his heart is touched to do it more than just pragmatically.
Tariff. Just describe to us the construction of that deal and what it means for these kinds of deals in the future.
So Jensen Huang, who runs NVIDIA, is obviously a businessman of extraordinary capacity. You can't run a $5 trillion company unless you're like...
Incredibly impressive.
So he comes in, and I promised him in the beginning when I first met him that I would help him have really easy access to the president because he's a national treasure.
Yeah.
Right? And our great companies are national treasures for America. So his argument to the president, buy it or not, is that if you shut off China entirely, then...
Before he gets into this, let me just say this real quick. He says that he promised Jensen that he would get easy access to the president, which is great. I love that they just say this outright because this is how it works. But it actually isn't quite how it has worked with Democratic administrations in the past. A lot of the tech leaders, especially under Biden, a lot of the tech leaders started being like, why can't we even get an audience with the president? Like, how is it that we're just getting sidelined? You've got a bunch of theater kids in there running this administration, and we can't even get an audience with the president. So being able to wield that to go to a big mover and shaker like Jensen and be like, yeah, I'm going to get you direct access to the president, 100%. Yeah, Arthurian Candidate says every powerful tycoon would much rather deal with Trump than bureaucrats. Exactly.
Buy it or not, is that if you shut off China entirely, then all of their economics go to their national champion to build new stuff. And all their economics go to that company, and that helps that company grow. And that if you give them better than what they have, you don't have to give them your best. You just have to give them better than what they have.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This is his argument. Then they'll give less to their champion.
Right.
And more to you. And it'll have a positive economic relationship with China and positive for us overall. Now, there are plenty of people who disagree, right? But that was Jensen's argument.
Yeah, you know who else disagrees? Howard Lutnick disagrees. You could tell by the way he talks about this, especially if you've listened to him talk about some of the other stuff, that here he is implying that the route that they've chosen to go on this was not the route that he wanted to be much more of a hard liner against China. But he's saying the argument that Jensen made was basically, if you totally cut China off altogether, you actually cause more problems for yourself than if you choose to, because they're going to funnel all of their productive capacity into their champions. So you actually make their champions stronger by cutting them off completely than you do if you actually keep things open and actually engage in trade while still retaining your own advantage. You could tell that Lutnick was not happy that this is the route that they chose to go, but he's being honest and putting a good face on it.
And that was the discussion, the argument, the debate that we had. And then when that was done and over, then the president said, and you got to give me 25%. So the 25% was a throwaway.
Right.
But it was like, look, if I'm doing all this for you, you still got to give me 25%. So the way we're doing it is he has to send the chips to America. We test the chip to make sure that he hasn't enhanced it in any way.
Okay.
Because the H20 was oddly enhanced. You know that it had less flops, but more memory. In fact, it had more memory than the H100, which one could argue was a little, not everybody knew that. Let's say it that way. So we test it. On the way in, we can charge it a tariff, just regular 25% tariff. And then we give export licenses to who he wants to sell.
And then he sends it to China.
And he sends it to China, or he sends it to, whoever he's selling it to. So I think the president, this is the president's deal. And my job is to make sure all the smart people are in the room with both opinions.
Okay.
Never let one opinion, people think, the last person who met Donald Trump. No, they don't. Donald Trump hears so many different views that often he'll call the person he likes that he's going to go with the last one before he gives it. Because that makes sense. Like if I'm going to say yes to you, right? I'm saying no to him, but I'm saying yes to you. So what a shock. I call him and say no, and then I call you and say yes. And they'd say, we called Chamath last, and that's why.
Yeah.
So that was, Jensen did a great job making the case and convincing the President of the United States, who has a very, very detailed and nuanced view about China. And not everybody agrees with him.
Right.
But, my take on having worked closely, been his friend for 30 years, but worked closely with him this year is he does have the best intuition of anybody I've ever met in the whole wide world. And when he thinks it's okay, and I know he's had full information, right? And he makes really,
when you
makes strong decisions. You might disagree.
Yeah.
He doesn't always agree with me.
Yeah.
But it's a strong decision which has deep base thought and balance to it. And he's done that, every time. And it's amazing. He does play a better game of chess. He just does play a better game of chess. And that's why it's so fun for me, because, I was very successful in business, and in my companies, which had, 13,000 employees, like I was the one up here.
Yeah.
And for me to work for somebody,
the bar's high.
The bar had better be high, and he's just the most fun to work for.
Do you think that the deal?
That whole sequence there was it. I can't help but respect Lutnick, because he doesn't have to frame it all up that way. Like, you could say he's just slobbing Trump's knob because he wants to be ingratiating or whatever, but he's being pretty humble and self-deprecating as well. I think going beyond just doing it as a performance. He's acknowledging, you could tell in his body language and what he's talking about and everything, that he definitely was a lot more of a hardliner on China than Trump was. And he didn't agree that Trump wanted to go the route that he did, but he's saying, ultimately, it's not my job. He's the buck stops with him. And as impressive as I am, like, he's proud. He's like, yeah, I'm fucking impressive. Successful billionaire businessman, had 13,000 employees or whatever. But I know when I'm in the presence of a bigger, better man. And he clearly is. Also, it is interesting, yes, Mr. Sue, he did say that Trump has a nuanced view towards China. Because the subtext of all of that was that Trump is more moderate toward China than parts of his administration. So that might, there's kind of an interesting little nugget in there. That Trump is not trying to engage in some sort of a mutual death sport with China. He actually wants to have good and open relations with China. He just needs to make sure that it's on the appropriate terms. And he's very pragmatic in his dealings. And so it sounds like Jensen made a very good pragmatic case to him. And actually, the way he made that case, where it was like, you don't want to cut off, like obviously Jensen's, if you're talking about selling NVIDIA chips to China, obviously Jensen wants to be able to sell chips to China. So he's going to have to make a really good case. And it sounds like he did make a really good case, a compelling case that if you completely cut China off and don't allow us to sell to them at all, you're actually going to accelerate their own development. But you can sort of you can blunt their edge a little bit by actually selling to them, just not selling the best stuff. Sell to them, make it easier, make it economically for them. They're like, we might as well just buy them because they're available to us. We don't have to like do the whole development of our own thing. And you make money off of them, and you keep the doors and the money flows and stuff open to maintain good relations and kind of balance and stable between you. So you know what? If you come in and you make a compelling case to the president and the president chooses to take your advice, then good on you.
Deals that we're seeing. So there's a 25% rev share on the H200s from NVIDIA. You were able to get, I think, 10% of Intel? 10% of Intel. There's a lot of these deals where you could say all these companies that are on the bleeding edge of America's national treasures, they need help that only you or the president, the infrastructure of America, can provide. Should America get something in return?
I think the way President Trump thinks about it is that if you can do it on your own, you do it on your own.
Mm-hmm.
But if you really need his help and you need him to open the door, to drive the door, to change it, you need America to make it happen for you. Isn't there something for the American taxpayer there?
Right.
Right? Because if, in the end, if we can balance the budget, then he can take care of the people who make less than $150,000 a year and change America. And that's what he wants to do. So he's looking for, why would we give the money to Intel? It was given to Intel. Contracts signed, given to Intel. So to turn that around to where America owns 10% of Intel, right? That can use that money to fix Social Security. Use that money to reduce our deficit. Use that money to charge less in taxes.
Yeah, what is it called when a strong government partners with corporations? I wonder. What is that called? Talmudic Norwood sorcery. Slutty milk. Lord Breezy said, imagine the wizardry that happens when Lutnick and Steven rub their bald heads together. Well, we do have the best balds. This has been established. We have the best balds, the greatest balds, they're saying. Yeah, so with the CHIPS Act, they worked this judo on the CHIPS Act to extract way more investment for the same way more investment by the companies in return for money given out by the federal government. But the thing with Intel is crazy because they had actually given them, like you said here, the contract was signed. I don't remember how much money it was, but this money was given to Intel. They already had it. And Trump negotiated a stake for the federal government in return for that money. So instead of just free money, no strings attached, you get the money, you get to keep it, and you just give us a 10% stake in the company. So that when you put that money to use and you start generating a return, then we get a cut of that, which goes toward making life easier on the 85% of the population, reducing the tax burden on the 85% of the population that forms the real engine of American growth and productivity.
Use the money to make America great, right? And, look, I think if we get rid of the fraud, that'll save the country $1 trillion.
Right.
If you figure out ways to make $1 trillion, you could reduce our deficit, or you could start the process of solving Social Security. And not, the scary part for me is if I say the word Social Security, it doesn't matter what you say with the word Social Security. They assume you're taking something away from them because every politician who's ever said Social Security says I'm going to take something away.
Yeah.
But the answer is, if you hit it with outside money and just start hitting it with money that you've made out here, and you fix it, you take nothing away.
Right.
And if we're the richest country in the world, if we can get rid of the fraud and we can run America smart, we can do it all. Because we're the greatest country in the world. Imagine if you grow 6%, you're going to fix the deficit. You're going to fix taxes. You're going to fix
it's mathematical. No, it's mathematical.
Right? You start to do it. You get full employment. People get paid. I think we can win. And that's why I can achieve the goal of being the secretary who has the most fun, because I'm in the room where it happens, right, with Donald Trump, where he thinks about things and he thinks about them. And I was in a meeting yesterday with him where there were like 8 advisors sitting around the Resolute desk, and he's on that side, and they all had this opinion, and he had it, and he said, no, that'll have this derivative result, and we're not doing that. And everybody in the room was like, yeah, he's right. I mean, you got 8 guys, like, guys and women thinking, and he just says that. I mean, he's great.
I have one final question.
I want to know who's sitting right over here, because you can see Howard, he keeps looking, he's talking to Chamath, and then he's looking at like someone who's like sitting or standing up over here to the left. He keeps looking at them, like, so he's talking to Chamath and whoever is over here as well.
Which is an audience question. It's from Brandon L. from New York, who asks, who is your favorite child?
So I have 4 kids, okay? So the joke in my house was I had the oldest. It's my son Kyle. I had the youngest, my son Ryan. I had my only daughter. It was my daughter Casey. So my son Brandon would sign his birthday card, your 4th favorite, because he was neither the youngest nor the oldest nor the daughter. Right. So he would sign your 4th favorite. And whenever one of the other kids screwed something up, and one of the funniest things you've ever seen, my wife and I would be sitting in our bedroom and Brandon would come running in and say, 3rd, and he'd run back out. And he was doing this when he was like 12, so it's hysterical. So that's a really a funny question. And, I have the best wife. She's both, I've been married 31 years. I love her to death. She's just a wonderful woman and a spectacular mom. And we have great kids, really smart, really capable, because, great mom. And we're really close. So people ask me, like, where'd you go on vacation? I said, a simple question. I asked my adult children where they wanted to go. And that's where we went. Yeah. Because if I went somewhere else, they wouldn't go with me. Yeah. And I want them to be there. And there was a picture of me with Bobby Kennedy in Aspen where there was absolutely no snow. And so you say, well, why did you go? I said, because my adult children are here, and that's where I was. We both were on the same.
You're on the same train.
Same page. So yeah. I think if you have, I found the right girl for me, and so I have the best family, and it lets me do this, and it lets me be completely committed to the government. And I was very successful in business. I had whatever company that did more than $10 billion of revenues a year, made lots of money, and I don't have it anymore. I used to joke that I was the only commerce secretary who had patents, but I have none because I had to divest all of them. But I understand the patent office. I understand business. Donald Trump understands business. And we have really, really impressive people in this cabinet who are fun to work with. And you are going to see great things in the second year.
Howard Lutnick, thank you for joining All In.
It was really fun talking.
Thank you.
All right, besties. I think that was another epic discussion. People love the interviews.
Oh, yeah. Howard was chutting out there at the end. Big time. Bigly. He, especially if you know his backstory, that was talking about his family. You could see he's getting a little emotional. Yeah, Howard's a patriot, man. Howard Lutnick is a patriot. He said there that he would say he's the only Commerce Secretary ever who has owned patents, except that he doesn't own the patents anymore because he had to divest himself from all of them. He had to divest himself from his company. On the 2026 predictions episode of the All In podcast, which is very good, very much worth the listen. They were talking about how David Sachs, being the AI and crypto czar, has had to divest himself because they brought up some company. I don't remember what it was. It was some company that I think it just IPO'd or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was an investment of his. He was very early to it. There was a couple of them that they mentioned that were very early investments of his that he had to fully divest from. So the other guys are all in the company and they just made a fat stack of cash. And he's like, yeah, great. I'm glad you guys I'm glad you guys made out really well on that investment that I had to divest from before I actually got my return on it. Like, obviously he's going to be fine in the long run, but Chamath said that they'd like done the numbers, and David Sachs will probably end up having lost somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 billion over the course of Trump's term for having had to divest himself of all of his different investments. So some of these, like, it's not like they're going to be destitute or anything, but guys like Lutnick and Sachs and some of these other, probably Besant, have paid to take the positions that they've taken. They have paid more than any, like, they have lost out on money and investments and assets and stuff that would be absolutely crippling to any of us. And they just take them and roll with them because they're just, that's the level of society that they exist at. They can do it. And for them, it is an honor to serve their country. So they are patriots. I've got a deep appreciation for them. Yeah, patriots that they're doing this. Just like many of the American revolutionaries. That's right. 1776 will commence again. All right, guys. That's all I got for you. It was just hit the 4-hour mark. Not too bad. Not too bad. Well, you guys have disappointed my wife. I do have to say that. Nobody wanted to do the 1488 super chat through the tips link there. So I guess you guys will just have to wait and find out what happens when someone does the 1488. I do have to mention on the last show, someone sent one through over on Ko-fi here that didn't trigger the automation for some reason. It was $25. I don't know who it was. It just says Ko-fi supporter. $25 said JB Prickster doesn't recognize no tax on tips, but I bet Governor Abbott does. Hopefully DJT will humiliate the crooks in Illinois and he can help free us from our Jew hellscape. Thank you for the heads up on all of the white pills out there on DARPA's internet. Well, thank you. I appreciate you. Appreciate the $25. And yes, our president is working on liberating you from JB Pritzgay's totalitarian rule over the great state of Illinois. All right. Thank you to all of you guys. Make sure you go join the King Pilled Discord, kingpilled.com. Follow me on Twitter at kingpilled. Go follow the Substack, King Pilled Substack, where you can get all of these links. And make sure you download the EWBSX app and listen every day. Just tune in, just for a little bit, every day. Stay tuned. Turn on notifications over there so you can be alerted when things happen. EWBSX, Eternal White Boy Summer Radio, 24/7 radio for our guys, broadcasting from beyond the ice wall. Free to download on your app store of choice. And go to ewbsx.store and check out the merch there. We've gotten a couple of new shirts posted up there recently. So go dabble. ewbsx.store. And follow the King Pilled Telegram channel so you always get alerts so you know when I go live. Just look for King Pilled on Telegram, or the link should be in the description. And for now, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said,